Welcome to Talking Heads on USA Global TV, starring the one and only wonderful Dr. Jacalyn. It's a prestigious place where world-class influencers and experts meet, and where you'll find the most trusted advisors and coaches for all things in life and business. Visit usaglobaltv.com to sign up for our newsletter, get the value you need, and be first in line to learn about events and giveaways and other valuable content. Connect with us. Email Dr. Jacalyn at usaglobaltv.com to talk about how you can become part of USA Global TV. That's USA Global TV, where the doctor is always in.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to USA Global TV and Radio. I'm Dr. Jacalyn Kerbeck. I'm the president, founder, and chief listening officer here at our network. We have a special event for you today. This is the reunion show. It's the third one of 2022. This show is all about celebrating and welcoming our guests and team members here at USA Global TV and Radio and giving them 15 minutes to promote their work, their business, their service, their products, their book, their film, their song, and we honor each and every one of them. Joining me for this live event, which we will be live streaming for several hours, is a dear friend, partner, and colleague, someone I have the utmost respect for. He's been with me from the very beginning when we were just one radio show meeting over Zoom under Rapping with Dr. Jacalyn. Let's welcome the managing partner of BCAT, Mr. Al Cini. Hello.
Dr. Jacalyn, what an honor and a privilege it is to be presenting some of your great guests. That you've built an incredible community of caring, giving difference makers. And we're going to be meeting with a bunch of them today. And I really appreciate the opportunity to present my stuff, but also to highlight their stuff, because I think together over the next 4 hours, USA Global TV has a lot to offer the international audience.
Well, thank you so much, Al. I appreciate it. And as you know, I mentioned you've been here since the very beginning as we keep evolving. And I couldn't do it without you, and I couldn't do it without our other team members and the fabulous people who are guests on our platform. So thank you to each and every one of you around the world as we are live streaming across 8 different time zones right now, which is incredibly exciting. Al, what are some of the key takeaways from your experience in this journey with me? What can you share?
As you become international, Dr. Jacalyn, I mean, as you've spread your audience pretty much all over the world, one of the key takeaways that I think I've taken from it is that people are the same everywhere. What they want, what they worry about, what hurts them, what affects them, what they care about. I don't think there's any difference in any of those 8 time zones between any of the people that we met. And you know, what's great about what you've done is we've taken all the best of them, and you've created a community of people who really want to make the world a better place. And each of them has their own different approach to it. And while the approaches may be different, their motivation, their concern, their care, and their love is really all the same. It's just wonderful.
Thank you so much, Al. I couldn't have said it any better. You know, I shared this before that I traveled for my corporate work and I love traveling, but I didn't travel all over the world. I wasn't actually very worldly. And it's amazing to me when we have people from all over the world, how we are all the same, how we have the same experiences, even though someone's in one country and someone's in another, that we are at our core human beings who really want to feel safe. We want to feel loved. We want to feel valued. And that's the whole purpose of what we're doing here, to bring education, entertainment, hope, and inspiration.
Great experience. And I'm glad to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, Al, you're going to present first. I really honor you for going ahead and being the first person today. So you have the screen and I honor you. Take it away, promote whatever it is you want to promote today.
Thank you, Dr. Jacalyn. I'll take it away, Al. When I'm not doing these wonderful things with Dr. Jacalyn Kerbeck, working on USA Global TV with the community that she's built, wonderful group of people, I'm conducting team building experiences under a new brand called ProFit. That's pro-fit. And what we do is build on some work that we've been doing for the last 10 years. And many of you may be familiar with work that I've discussed on Talking Heads and also on USA Global TV about something we call the Brand and Culture Alignment Toolkit. And here's what we've learned. Anybody, anywhere in the world, no matter what kind of a team they're on, no matter what kind of work they actually do, can be brought together around a core question, a key question that everybody has a right to answer and the ability to answer. We ask the people who participate in our team building exercise to think about their entire team. And remember, a team could be 2 people, it could be 20 or more. A team could be a whole company, or it could be a department within a company, could be a retail outlet within a company. We ask everybody on the team to think about their entire team as though it were a single person doing its best work on its best day to keep all its promises and achieve all its goals. Now, we call that the incorporating question because it changes people's mindsets. Instead of thinking about themselves, instead of thinking about individual coworkers that they work with, they're now thinking about all of them collectively and what they do together. It's a little bit of a shift for people to think about that. But when it happens, when they've accomplished that, they start seeing the world, and certainly the world they're in and the world they change, in kind of a different light. So we start with that incorporating question. I'll repeat it. Take notes. You can visit our website, getbcat.com, and we have plenty of examples of it. Think about your whole family, department, team, as though it were a single person doing its best work on its best day to keep all its promises and achieve all its goals. What would that incorporated virtual person be like if I were meeting that person at a party or getting to know them somewhere in public? What kind of an impression would they make? And I mean specifically, what would they be wearing? How would they talk? What kind of a presence would they be offering me? How would I get to know them? That incorporating question gets people to think about who their team is when it's doing its best work on its best day, living its best day at work. That really is very critical. And then we have an online survey that we direct people to. Now that you've thought about that and thought about that answer, and you've started to form a picture in your head of who that virtual person is, we send you online to spend about 15 minutes answering questions that essentially invite you to profile that person. What we get back from that, for each member of the team, and it's very important to keep in mind, whether you started on the team yesterday or you've been on that team for 30 years, whether you own the company or you answer the phones and mop the floors in the company, regardless of rank, regardless of seniority, regardless of any individual differences, everybody gets to answer that question. And every answer to that question is equally valid and equally valuable. What we learn from all the answers, we have a way of processing them. What we learn from all the answers is there is a composite personality for a team. And what we've learned in our research is that in any effective team, really, really, really well-honed working team, there's a role model that represents that team's collective best self. What we're looking for is the answer to the question, who is that role model? We get that from everybody so that everybody owns that answer. We present that out in the team building experience to everybody on the team. We give everybody a chance to learn from each other, their individual perspectives on that. And then we give everybody a chance to vote on who in fact they are when they're doing their best work on their best day. This is what we call ProFit, which means we all have an equal stake in making our team the best it can be. And we have equal authorship of what that perfect team looks like. We're all making contributions to that. And what we end up with then is a picture of that team when it really is doing its best work on its best day that everybody actually agrees on. And that brings us to the last stage in the process, which for me anyway is always the most powerful. What is it we do every day as a team? What is it we do collectively that people can count on us to do every day, day in and day out, that by our actions and by our words, by our language, by the way we write our emails, by the way we dress, by the way we speak, what is it about us that everybody sees that identifies us as a member of our team? It gives us the ability together to stand out. And we're all different. And the goal is never to create a groupthink. We're not trying to get everybody to think the same. We're trying to get everybody to fall in love with the same outcome. And what we've learned in our experience working with teams is that a team isn't a group of people that do the same thing. A team, a really well-functioning team, is a group of people that want the same thing. How they do it varies, but a lot of what they do and a lot of the way they approach their work is work that they have in common, things that they can reliably be expected to do because they're a member of that team. Now, what we get out of that is something that we kind of lovingly call the 10 commandments of the team, except it doesn't have to be 10, and we don't call them commandments. We call them aligned inspirations. We call them, they're really behaviors, ways that you know us to be us because of the way we treat each other, the people we hang out with, the way we do our work. And the magic of it, honestly, Dr. Jacalyn, the fun for me is that whether you're a quality control team, in which case a lot of what you get back from that are commitments to quality and precise, accurate work, and the goal being to measure twice before you cut once. That kind of, we get it right the first time. That's what you get for quality control. What you get for a law enforcement organization is decisiveness, a focus on results. What you get from a school is love of community, support of children. What you get from an advertising agency is creativity, outside the box thinking, novel ideas. No matter what your team does, there is a role model that has a personality within the middle of your team that acts and thinks and behaves in a way that makes your team what it is. And our job then on that team, aside from doing the actual work, our job is to measure ourselves against that role model, use that role model as a kind of a target for us to make day-to-day contributions to make sure that our team achieves what it wants to achieve. And all of that is done without ever directly telling anybody what to do. Our tagline for the Brand and Cultural Alignment Toolkit has always been align and inspire. It's never been assign and require. And I really think that's the difference between managing and leading. In a leadership environment, you almost don't know that there is a leader. The leadership comes from within the team. It's or within the family, within the retail store. That leadership is something that emerges and is found in everybody and manifests essentially the love everybody has of the work that they do on that team. So getting people to fall back in love with the work they do, getting people to show that they love the work they do and everything they do and every way that they do it all day, day in and day out. That's what we try to do with ProFit. A little later on today, 1 o'clock, I think we have a presenter, Lisa Manioki. I know she's in the 1 o'clock hour. She'll be talking about her contribution. She's a co-creator of ProFit. And she and I and Mark Iorio are working together to create this 4-hour, actually half-day learning experience called ProFit that makes this miracle happen for any team of any kind or size, anywhere in the world, because it can be delivered virtually, in half a day. When you know how, you can accomplish amazing things in a very short period of time. What we're proud of is that we can make the kind of change inside of a team that your typical business consultant might take months or even years to achieve. We can achieve that in an afternoon or a morning. And we've done that a bunch of times. It's very gratifying to me. That whole idea of that role model being central to the way the team behaves is key to it. And Lisa's contribution, as she'll explain when she joins us later today, is a component that she adds called presence intelligence, which is a 9-dimensional coaching model that talks about that virtual person in terms of describing it in 9 specific dimensions of behavior and appearance and communication that anybody can use to become that better version of themselves that they've always wanted to be. Let's face it, this is about creating a climate of continual evolution, continual change, continual persistent improvement, where we're all through the magic of our own individual free will, where we're all turned loose and inspired to become the best that we can be, each individually. And as we do that, following that role model that represents our team then naturally becomes the best that it can be as well. So that is ProFit in a nutshell. And we have a website, pro-fit4teams, the number 4teams.com. There's more information there. Downloadable brochures are there. And I invite everybody to go visit to learn more. And certainly they can get a hold of me by email. My email's up on the screen. I can be called at 212-480-3730. Happy to talk to anybody about this. And if you have an event coming up and you think you're looking for a really novel, creative way to fill a half a day with something that's really meaningful as well as entertaining and fun, then I think ProFit could be a good solution for you. And thank you, Dr. Jacalyn, for this opportunity to talk about it.
Thank you, Alcini. Brilliant. I'm going to bring on our other two guests who are backstage to see what comments or questions they might have. So let's welcome Caroline Hewer, the Harley Street stress expert. Hello.
Hi, Caroline.
And let's welcome Janetta Barry in the Epiphany process. Welcome, Janetta. All right, so what questions or comments do you have for Al about his presentation? I think you're both on mute, by the way.
Al, that was really, really interesting. And my question to you, it's very aligned with the work that I do, that we are our behaviors. We're our behaviors from our experiences. So when you're doing this work, what's one of the common themes that comes up in terms of the finding the leadership qualities? What are the things that stop people expressing their best in their leadership?
That's such a great question, Caroline. I really appreciate you asking that. Thank you. That's such a gift because I actually do love the answer. When we get to after we've identified the role model that represents an organization's best self, that last step is what are the things that we can be reliably counted on to do that show everybody that we're contributing to that every day, each of us individually. We do that in steps. And in the first step, we almost always get the things we hate about each other. I don't like it when this one does this. I don't like it when this one does that. I don't like it when this one does that. It's perfectly normal, absolutely predictable, happens every time and needs to happen because we have to get out the things that are holding us back. We have to kind of lance that before we can move forward into the things that actually bind us and bring us all together. So that first step is almost always complaints. The next step is always a more refined version of those complaints that talk about the positive ways that we can all prevent that from happening. And then the last step is that list of 5 or 6 or 12 or 13 completely articulated examples of our behaviors when we're absolutely at our best. And that's what gets everybody finally united around the idea that there's a positive forward motion that they can achieve together. So thanks for asking that. That's great question. I appreciate the opportunity to answer.
Oh, you're very welcome. I wanted to know. Thank you.
And it works for families, which is another point. We've done it a couple of times with some people who are members of families, and families have a kind of personality that binds them together too. And so it doesn't matter for any group of people, whatever the reason is that they may have been pulled together, whatever their purpose collectively is, that's what we've designed ProFit for. So thank you.
Thank you, Al. Thank you, Caroline. We do have a couple of comments. I'll just put up this latest one from a Facebook user. Greed, money, power lead to failures. Thank you for commenting. Let us know where you're joining us from. Janetta, what comments or questions do you have for Al?
Mine is actually a huge congratulations to you, because one of the things I've noticed in the corporate environment is that there's a lot that's not said due to fear of it jeopardizing everything you are within that corporation. So to be able to create a heartfelt environment where people feel safe enough to share what they are within that whole makeup as one, and to express it and come up with the solutions, I think is fantastic. So kudos to you.
Well, thank you, Jeanette. I appreciate that. I mean, and it all comes down to that one central miracle, that there is a role model that represents all of us, not just one of us.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
I want to follow up a little bit on greed, money, and power. That comment that we got from our viewer in India. Greed, money, and power are all about me. Greed, money, and power about me. If we can change the dialogue from me and what I'm getting out of this to us, to we and who we are at our core. And what is it we're actually trying? What is it? I mean, that very famous quotation, be the change you wish to see in the world. Our goal and what we do is to try to weaponize that. We want to set that on fire. We want to bring that out so that the whole world takes the actions that makes the difference they want to make. That's where things, I think that's where things come together. So thank you, Jeanette. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Janetta. And we have another comment. Fear of losing job makes one voiceless.
I guess I could say Amazon and not get in too much trouble. But we did a little bit of work with somebody who was a former Amazon employee. Let's just put it that way. And he pointed out one day that he went into the warehouse and there was a sign there that you couldn't avoid seeing that said, we have a rock rigid open door policy. If you see anything that you're concerned about in any way, feel free to just walk right in and talk about it, bring it up. And he said, so he did. About 2 days in, he saw something. And one of the things he learned from that experience is that the sign is lying. The truth is, as soon as you open, in a lot of organizations, as soon as you open your mouth to express that something's making you uncomfortable, the organization becomes defensive and tries to heal around this wound you've inflicted on them. And often that means that you have to be removed from that wound, which is where that fear of losing your job comes from. Now you're an irritant. And that feeling that the organization is looking for a way to remove the irritant, which is you, makes you wonder why you went in there in the first place. We all have to become so secure in the missions that we're on that anything that suggests we could do it better becomes welcomed rather than defended against. So
I love that, Al. I'm really thinking through that.
Worked for a lot of companies, seen this often. We all have, I think.
Absolutely. And thank you again to the people who are engaging with us. There were some other comments that I didn't put up. Okay, so we're moving on to our next presentation. Al, thank you again, and thank you, ladies. I'm going to put everyone backstage, and I'll just run through a few things that I wanted to share today.
Great.
So look forward to bringing you back up afterwards. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I am excited to share a few things with you, and I'm going to do it very quickly. So as you know, this is the platform that I have created, and I'm the producer and the director, and it's quite an honor to meet people from all over the world. We are getting ready for our 2023 programming, and there's a number of opportunities we have for people. So I just wanted to run through it very quickly. I'm going to share my screen, and I'm going to just bring up a few different things. First, we're going to look at our website, USA Global TV and Radio. So in case you haven't been here, it's just usaglobaltv.com. And then across the top, you'll see our shows. We currently have 29 shows a week. Book your session, which is where you can book in for an interview, as well as some other things. Our calendar, which shows you which shows or which days, We have courses that we offer. We also have talking heads. There are expert presenters. Everyone you actually saw on the screen is a talking head. Subscribe, contact, and shop. So what I want to do is I just want to walk you through our shows, so that you may be thinking to yourself, oh, I watch 1 or 2 shows a week, and you're not aware that we actually have all of these different shows. So if you're watching on our YouTube channel, I would love for you to subscribe. Just go ahead and click that button, and then you can be aware of all the shows that we have, especially maybe you're going to join us and people can be aware of the show that you're going to have. So these are shows where I have co-hosts from around the world. So we've got Secrets to Timeless Beauty with Katrina. She is in Dubai. Fashion, Travel, and Fitness with Diane Floyd-Bain. She's in Texas. The Power of Etiquette and Manners with Philip Sykes. He's in the UK. The Art of Creating Mental Health Wealth with Janetta. She was just on the screen. She's currently in East Africa. We also have the United Kitchens with Ricky McKenna. We have the Corner Bookstore with Diane Floyd-Bain. Presenting Pet Psychic Amina. She is in the California area. And we have the Mallorca Connection with Roland Friedel, who is currently in his motorhome traveling through Europe. We have Entrepreneur and So Much More with Justin Rigliani. We have The Business Talk Show with Mr. Al Cini, and both Justin and Al are in the New Jersey area in the United States. We have the United Kingdom news and culture with our expert correspondents, Helena Shard, Ian Pelham Turner, and Simon McDonald, all of whom are in the United Kingdom, and Diane Floyd Bain. Loving Longevity with Annie Bush has been discontinued, but you can still watch our shows here. There were some fabulous shows. Annie is on to a different career path, which is great. We wish her well. We have The Listening Mentor with Caroline Heward. Caroline is in London, and you saw her on the screen. We also have The Wise Ones with Mr. Red O'Loughlin. He's in the Texas area in the United States. We have The Film and Music Show with Madeline Chan. She is also in London. And we have Adversity to Awesome. This is a show that I do by myself. We have a reunion show, obviously, here today. We have Global Adventures, which is a brand new show. We're on episode 3, and that's with Janetta Barry. And you just met Janetta. We have Rapping with Dr. Jacalyn, a show about nothing. That's a show I do myself. We have Aging Gracefully with Humor with Kathy Fulton. She's in the Washington, D.C. area. We also have What's Trending with Kathy Fulton. We have Global Homes and Gardens, which is a show I do myself. We have Leadership of the Heart with Mariska Duprier. This show is currently on hiatus until next year. We have A Woman's Prerogative, which is our panel show. And as you can see here, we have several people who are on this panel. We have Justine, we have Amber, Tracy, Kathy, Janetta, Desiree, and also Mariska joined us recently. And Mariska is over in New Zealand. Okay, we have The Amazing Adventures of Lady Ella. This is a show that I do myself along with our wonderful animal characters you see on the book cover there. Each animal character represents an elevated listener, someone who has taken the Power of Listening course, and I'll get into that in a moment. We have our men's show, Wild at Heart Bonfire Talks. This is a show that is hosted and moderated by Roland Friedel. It's a show for men, by men, and about men with a panel of men from around the world. We have Get Off Your Couch Workout. This is a show that I do myself along with Mariska Duprier, and you can see that actually after this show. We also have Dr. Jacalyn's Book Club, where I give book reviews for children's books. So if you have any, please let me know. All right, so that's what I wanted to show you on there. If you're interested in booking your session, you can come right here. You can be a guest co-host with me, and there's a one-time fee for that. You can also purchase singograms or customized announcements that we'll do on the air. Happy birthday, congratulations. And that's with Madeline Chan and her company Songs for You. You can purchase an edited copy of your interview. You can hire our channel manager to do search engine optimization. And you can also book your session. You can book time to chat with me. And then here are the other opportunities that we have for you. Okay, I'm moving over to our talking heads. These are our experts from around the world who present their knowledge, their expertise in their own 30-minute show. And you can scroll down here. You can see Al's a talking head, Kathy Fulton, Mariska, Justin, Diane, Roland, Red, and then we have so many. We have a second page. We have Philip Sykes. We have Janetta Barry, Christine Amy Artner, Caroline Heward, and we will be adding Madeline Chan to that as well. And I want to just go here to our shop just to familiarize you. Again, I have some of the things that are on Book Your Session, but edited copy of your interview. We'll produce a show for you. If you have your own show that you want to do, I can produce that. Our team can produce that here on this platform. You can also be a frequent guest. Guests are invited up to 10 times in the calendar year. You can be a guest 5 times without any fee. And then after that, because we look at it as a way of you promoting yourself, we do have a fee, whether you want to purchase 1 more interview or up to 5 more. And of course, we have our logo merchandise. We have hats, jerseys. We also have t-shirts. And we also have the Power of Listening foundational course, which I'll get into in a moment. And then finally, I just want to touch on this. We do have our courses listed here. So if you have a course and you're interested in having it hosted on our platform, I'm going to get into that in a moment. We can do that for you as well. All right, I'm going to stop sharing my screen, come back over to StreamYard. So now I want to talk a little bit about what you might not know. In addition to the work that I do here, I also have a second business, which is Dr. Jacalyn LLC. I'm a certified life, career, and executive coach. I'm a certified meditation teacher, and I'm a certified yoga fit instructor. I am also the chief listening officer here at our network. And what that means is I really care about whether or not you're listening, whether you're listening without judgment, whether you're listening without interruption, listening without providing a solution, and listening without the dreaded stage hogging where one person is sharing something and you steal the stage because your story's so much better. We are all so full of ourselves. And I think that's what we really need to look at as we look at this world and what's going on. What can we do to take care of our planet? What can we do to take care of each other? One thing we can do is that we can actively listen. I am so passionate about this that I offer a course called The Power of Listening, and it's $30. I'm certainly not getting rich on $30. It's $30 so that it's an opportunity for each and every one to take the course. Because when you listen without all of these behavior traits that I just mentioned, you're going to find that you're creating a safe space for someone else to share with you what they have to share. On Friday, we had a great show, which was The Power of Etiquette and Manners. And Jane, who was our guest, she's coming later, she was talking about the power of afternoon tea. If you think about it, you get together for someone over a cup of tea, and how do you feel? You feel safe. You feel like someone is actually going to listen to you and give you that opportunity to be heard. That's what I'm all about. As I just close out, I want to show you one more thing as I share my screen. I want to show you my other website, which is, let's see, where is it? It's not even up here. So I'm going to show you this. This is the course I'm talking about, the Power of Listening Certification Foundational Course. As you can see, the course is $257. It's $30 for everyone who wants to take it. So I'll be dropping the code over in the chat if you're interested. And I have the highest respect for people when they learn how to listen at an elevated level. And I do everything I can to promote you. So in addition to getting your certificate, you actually are featured on my website, drjacalyn.com, and your headshot is there, your certificate is there. We have a brand new website. I just hired a graphic designer. The website is theelevatedlisteners.com, and you will be featured there. Not only your headshot, not only your certificate, but anything that you're doing that you want the community to know about. So you can promote your work. In addition to being an elevated listener, you're in a community with other people who are listening and want to be heard and want to hear you. So you can find more about that on drjacalyn.com. I'm going to bring our team of panelists out now, and we can just have a chat. Welcome back. Hello. Welcome back. Thank you so much. So you are all elevated listeners, and I thank you for taking the course. One thing I wanted to mention is we have a brand new designation. Madeline Chan is our Chief Listening Liaison Ambassador, and her goal and her objective that I've tasked her with is to reach out to all of the elevated listeners and to make them aware of all of the opportunities that elevated listeners have. So look for more of that coming, as well as with the new website. We also have our newsletter is being moved over to a magazine, and I hired someone to do this. I'm looking for a photojournalist, but it's the Global Magazine, the globalpostmagazine.com, and that'll be coming very soon. All right, thank you for your attention. I appreciate it. So what questions or comments do the three of you have for me?
How did you do this? You're just one person.
This is all I do. This is it.
Just take a minute and what's a typical day in your life? Because I mean, you bring so much value and you work so hard at it. Just what's a day like for you?
Well, my day is really it's spent in three areas. My mother, my main priority, and then this, and then my workouts, my health. I guess my health is somewhere a little bit higher than that. So what I do is every day I am using these the clipboard. I've got so many things that I'm working on, and I write it all down. So the first part of my day is on the YouTube channel and social media. And I've got to make sure that everything is current. And I want to see what the latest numbers are, what the demographics are. And then from there, I go to the broadcast. So if we're actually broadcasting that day, I've got to get things ready beforehand. And then I've got to do certain things after. But my main goal is to pay attention to the guests. So after the guest leaves, I send them a survey. And then I take the survey results and I put them on a spreadsheet to tabulate what their experience was like, and then also what things they're interested in doing on the platform. So then I reach out to them. I'm a little bit behind on that, by the way. So I spend my time doing that. And then I have to go and manage. Now I have 5 websites. So I have to make sure the websites are all up to date. And then, of course, I go for my walks or I'm working out and I come up with more ideas, and I've got to write those ideas down. So it's just, it's the best thing I've ever done. And I couldn't be any more grateful.
Well, we thank you on behalf of everybody who watches your program. It's you put a great deal of effort in. It shows. Your guests are all stellar, good-hearted, decent, wonderful people with great ideas of their own. Congratulations, Dr. Jacalyn.
Thank you. Thank you. It means a lot.
I second
I
that.
can say, yeah, absolutely. And in fact, I wanted to say, I think behind all that hard work is a huge heart. And that shines through. And that is why you're bringing so many amazingly interesting and engaging people to this platform that has created a family spirit, far more than I've experienced in others. And that is why I'm so engaged and committed to this platform. And I can't sing its praises enough, because it's doing a lot for a lot of people out there with such a lovely, varied cross section to offer to anybody and everybody. And really, congratulations to you. This, having known you nearly a year, the way you've grown this and what you've done is superb. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. And by the way, we will be hosting Janetta's brainchild, World Jenny's Day, on October the 10th for 17 hours. We're really excited about that. So stay tuned for more details. Caroline, I want to go over to any final thoughts before we move on.
Yes, a complete wow, Dr. Jacalyn. You never cease to amaze me, considering that I'm usually with you on a Friday on the Listening Mentor show and doing Talking Heads. I've watched you grow, and it's been a huge, prolific journey for me to be part of and to witness. And I've grown with you, and I thank you for that. I thank you for all of your support, your encouragement, and most of all, your dynamism and your professionalism, because everything is always outstanding. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Caroline. Thank you. And of course, I really love each and every one of you. You are my inner circle, and I really appreciate the support. I do. So thank you. And I just want to, we do have some comments. Congratulations. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Pretty incredible. I had the same question. Al, how does she do it? Thank you. Thank you. It's just drive and determination and the grace of God, really. So, all right.
Good organization skills too.
Thank you. I want to share one thing for people who are out there, because I think this is really important. When I was in corporate America, I was told at almost every review that I had that I was an inch deep and a mile wide, and that I would call on an account and then I'd call on the C levels and I wouldn't get anywhere that I wanted to get. So they're like, you can't have another account. These are your accounts. These are the ones you have to focus on. And so now it's interesting because I feel so focused and so driven on what I'm doing. And I do have other ideas, but I find myself, I have to rein it in to focus on the things that I need to get done first. So I've learned a lot, and I really appreciate the three of you. Thank you. All right. Janetta Barry, you're up.
Thank you. What a pleasure to be here. Hello, everybody. It's an honor and pleasure to be with you here today and to share the journey that I've been on that's brought me to this amazing, amazing platform. And it all started, in actual fact, I used to be a sales motivational speaker and trainer, and I was pretty good at it. Those sales used to come in fast and furiously, and people loved the trainings and the talks I gave. But I noticed that after a while they would come back saying things like, "We need another dose of Janetta," or "We need another fix." And that got me sitting and going, my gosh, I'm their drug. They're artificially taking my energy, which is all revved up to and rah, using it, and then they're left with nothing or no tools or skills to be able to create that energy within themselves. So I knew I was out of integrity. And I took myself off for quite a few years, deciding that my intuitive abilities was just as important as my rah abilities. And again, I started finding that people were coming to me and saying, "We trust your intuition more than ours." And again, I was questioning myself. And it was about around this time that my greatest life test kicked in. And how I survived it is what I'm going to share with you. Because one day I was applying safekeeping house rules to my 16-year-old, very troubled daughter. We'd been walking a path with her name was Jennifer, and we'd been walking a path with her for a long time. In fact, she'd been my most testing child. And she came to me at 14 and said she was battling. And then later we had to put her into different rehabs to try and give us some effective communication and life coping skills. But this day she'd really pushed the edges of those boundaries. And our conversation escalated into an almighty argument, and she left spitting mad off to her bedroom to pack and leave home. And after a while I sensed something wasn't right, and I went to find her, and I found that she had taken her life in her ensuite bathroom in the shower. So you can imagine my whole life went down to ground zero on all levels of my existence. It's another story for another time. And I was a broken human being trying to be as normal as I could be. And I remember my second son, Neil, and Neil's on this platform too at the moment, but my second son, Neil, and I were spreading Jenny's ashes over the reef of the south coast from Mombasa Island. And I remember standing there saying, something meaningful has to come out of this senseless loss. And I mean, at that point, I could hardly take the next breath, let alone anything else. But in my intuitive side, I saw something like a book or a film that would make a difference to others, so that this didn't need to happen as regularly or at all. Although it will always happen, there'll always be that factor there, but certainly lessen it. And at first, I thought it was all the amazing signs and intuitive happenings, because after all, science says that energy cannot be created or destroyed. And my daughter was energy. So where's my daughter? And I started chronicling this into a book called Full Circle Rainbows. So I thought, well, maybe that's it. Maybe one day we'll expand it more. But at the same time, I was lost, and I was able to, interestingly enough, chronicle that, but every other part of my life, I couldn't do anything else. And I was walking along a street one day, senselessly, mindlessly, knowing I needed to crossed off the pavement onto the road. How I didn't get hit, I don't know. Got to the center and realized that I had forgotten I still had choice, that the label of being the mother of the daughter who committed suicide after an argument wasn't the label. It was one of a billion that I could choose. And I carried on mindlessly, stepped on the other side, and realized I had safely crossed over, and called it my crossing over moment. It pushed me into being absolutely determined to get through this greatest life test, and accurately, because I tried many modalities and many therapies, and none of them worked for me. There was always well, they did work. Some of it, parts of it worked, but there was always a missing for me. So I started walking the walk and talking the talk, and eventually got myself through the greatest part of that loss. Don't get me wrong, that loss is there for the rest of my life. But I have it in a place of open-hearted manageability because of this process, which I have called the Epiphany process. And I've been able to help thousands of people all over the world, people who've been in terrorist attacks. I've been able to help other teenagers with eating disorders who are self-harming, not getting out of bed, not washing, not eating, writing suicide notes. They've got out of bed and they're living a life, and they're living their life purpose. It's been the most amazing journey, as I've helped anybody and everybody through their greatest times of crisis or stress or challenge. So I thought that was it, until through a series of coincidences and numbers and happenings that were all attached to Full Circle Rainbow, and those interactions with Jenny's energy after she'd left this planet, we birthed the most incredible theatrical production called Insight. And it addressed through contemporary dance, voiceover music, and visuals, in 2 acts, what it was like, or what it is like, to feel compromised or depressed or even suicidal, and what it's like to be the carers of people who feel like that, and what the solutions, that there are accurate solutions. And it changed people's conversations as they came out of that theater. And we're looking, now that we're through COVID, to franchise that worldwide as the other charity arm of the Epiphany process. And again, that's for another time. But one of the things we also realized was that Jenny died on the 10th of October, which is World Mental Health Day. And so we've now expanded even further into another charity as part of the Epiphany process arm, called World Jenny's Day on the 10th of October. And we use theatre and the arts to soften and normalize conversations around depression, suicide, and their solutions. And instead of using the day to try and work out how to fix broken people, which I don't believe we are, we all feel compromised at some time in our lives. It's very human, and it's about having the skills to deal with it. We actually use all types of performance to celebrate mental health wellness on that day and lift the vibration of possibility throughout the world. It's the most wonderful day, and I invite you to join us on that day. So I would like to say to you, if you'd like to know a little bit more about the Epiphany process and chat to me, I mean, it's just the most amazing process to accurately get through. Then you can there's my Calendly Meet link there at calendly.com/Janetta_meet. I'd love to personally chat with you if you'd like to know more and you feel that it's time to move on from the overwhelm that you might be feeling. And if you'd like to know more about World Jenny's Day, well, worldjennysday.com has a mine of information. What we did last year and the year before is all on there as well. So there's a mine of information already on that website. And this year, as Dr. Jacalyn mentioned earlier, we are showcasing the whole day and it's being very generously platformed here on USA Global TV and Radio. And I'm inspired to announce that we've got Al Chini and Dr. Jacalyn and Madeline and I co-hosting, and people, we've just got Malta on, we've got Ghana, we've got Australia, New Zealand, Japan, Kenya, South Africa, UK, US, and Canada, and people are performing. We've got street artists, we've got singers. We've got one of Jenny's friends singing a song that's been created through Madeline Chan and an amazing team of professionals that's going to be launched on World Jenny's Day. And we cannot wait to have you either come and support and back us behind the scenes. Please do contact us. Or if you'd like to perform, please also contact us and tell us where you are in the world. And of course, if just being part of celebrating this and being there on the day to watch and or listen, then please do join us on the 10th of October, where we are starting at 10 a.m. on the 10th of the 10th, and that's 10 a.m. BST. That's UK time, which is 5 a.m. where Dr. Jacalyn is. And we are going right through to 10 p.m. where Dr. Jacalyn is, which is 3 a.m. in UK and 5 a.m. in my part of the world in East Africa. And I am going to be there for the full 17 hours because that is part of my commitment to that day, is that I am there, present, and with an open heart. So I so look forward to hearing from any one of you who resonate with all that I've spoken about today. You can get me at theepiphanyprocess.com, Janetta at theepiphanyprocess.com, or you can get any one of us on worldjennysday.com. And Dr. Jacalyn, once again, just such an honor and privilege to be on this platform today, celebrating another reunion show. Congratulations.
Well done, Janetta. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm going to open it up for Al and Caroline, and then I'll give my comments. I get to see the lovely Janetta. What do we get to see? 4 times on Wednesdays? Yeah.
This is so true. 4 times on Wednesdays. You know, Andy, just my partner, soon to be husband, just goes, okay, it's Wednesday, off we go. And I see him the next day, because the last show is at 11 o'clock my time. I finish at midnight, and he's of course out.
It's unbelievable to me. I just love your dedication and everything that you're doing. And I say this all the time about how transparent you are, because you have had quite a journey yourself. You've been judged, and you took what happened and you've looked at, why did this happen? How did this happen for me? And now you're out there helping people every day. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Jacalyn. And yes, and it is understanding that one will get judged. And even when you step out and want to make a difference, there's judgment there. And it's part of the process and the deal. So thank you.
Definitely. Thank you. Alan, Caroline, you're on mute. Mute. Yeah.
I just wanted to say that, echoing what you said, Dr. Jacalyn, to take an awful experience like and I've heard your story a few times now, Janetta, and it's very powerful. I can't imagine anything more difficult than a parent losing a child. Freaking, you know, it's about as bad as it gets. And that you were able to find a positive pivot from that terrible experience, you're to be given a lot of credit for that. And that'll prevent, I think, an awful lot of recurrences of this, just by making people aware of the fact that this problem exists. So congratulations on that, really, Janetta.
Thank you so much. And you're absolutely right, because one of the things I didn't mention is that I got to a point 3 times during my deepest, darkest moments where I truly, honestly didn't think I could go on. So anybody who's feeling that way, as I have, I really do truly understand that depth of despair. and it's not the be all and end all, and it's not the story. It's only part of the story. So thank you for that.
Janetta, you really have knocked my spots off. You really are showing it's possible to transform when there's a space of adversity. A lot of admiration for you. My adversity was nothing like what you've described, and I really do applaud you for what you've achieved and what you've created since that, because that's your why, and it's beautiful. I really do congratulate you.
Thank you, Caroline. And I want to say thank you for that acknowledgement, because as much as I have got through it, and there is a why, you're so right, and the purpose, and I give thanks to Jenny every single day, because I'm living my life on purpose because of my greatest adversity. That doesn't mean that this isn't being processed for the rest of my life. And Dr. Jacalyn knows that about 8 weeks ago, I suddenly, unexpectedly went through a whole series of weeks of PTSD. So it's not that this all goes away. It's that I have the tools now to very powerfully and skillfully deal with them and bring it back to open-hearted centeredness and understanding. And that's the thing. It's not about getting rid of what you've been through. It's about embracing it and understanding it on deeper levels. And I know you understand that, Caroline. I get it so much that you've been there too. And I thank you and honor you too.
Oh, bless you. Thank you.
True.
I love when we're all coming together like this. It's beautiful. I want to acknowledge we have Madeline Sham backstage. Let's bring her out. Hi. Welcome.
Hi. Hi, everyone.
Madeline.
Hi, Al, Janetta, Caroline, the beautiful Dr. Jacalyn. Oh my gosh, talk about 1940s glamour. Wow, you are really shining. Oh my gosh.
Hello, Madeline. So good to see you.
I wanted to open out to a song for everybody.
You're going to sing?
Yeah, I just felt it in my spirit.
Go ahead, sing.
Perfect.
A song for you, because we need to, raise the vibrations.
Go ahead and sing, and then we're going to have Caroline present. Go ahead, Madeline.
Okay, Caroline, can I do this? And then it's just to bring in that beautiful energy through. The galactic energy.
Go ahead.
Okay. This is a song for you. Oh, forget about my crown at the moment. It's a little bit. Anyway. Life is wonderful. Every time I think of you, you just fill my life and make my dreams come true. I know I'll share my life with you. Words cannot express the wonder that I feel. I'm so mesmerized by the love that's in all your eyes. My need of you is within my soul, 'cause I love you. I love you as I sing this love song for all of you, for all of you, for all of you, all the viewers we see, for all of you.
I almost started crying. I had to pull myself together. That was beautiful, Madeline. Thank you.
Heart.
Thank you
To
for
you, Dr.
raising
Jacalyn, Al, Janetta, Caroline, Madeleine. Oh, no, it's me.
Oh, you make me laugh. Thank you. That was absolutely beautiful. You heard it here, folks. All right, we're going to go over to Caroline, the Harley Street stress expert, for your 15 minutes of fame, and we'll be backstage watching, and then we'll come back and have some comments and questions. All right, take it away.
Hello, It's such a privilege and an honour to be here today to share with you, Dr. Jacalyn, my journey in being on this platform. And a huge thank you for being part of your journey, because in being with you on this platform, I've grown, I've elevated, and I've moved from being in a one-to-one situation to speaking to many people across the world over many platforms. And I really am grateful for that opportunity. My whole premise in life is, my whole being is to create world peace. And my mission and purpose in life comes from the place that when my father passed away in 2000, I was a corporate girl, very successful. And I thought I had everything. I had the soirees, the champagne receptions, the gala dinners. It was a lifestyle. I was a socialite, a PR livey, I call myself. And when he died, something dropped out of my world, something that I found very difficult to comprehend, that something changed. And in that change, I continued in my life and didn't even realize that there was a change for me. I just carried on, brushed myself down and carried on and stayed in corporate. And then after a short period of time, one of my bosses, who I was very close to, turned around to me and said, I think there's something not right here. You need to talk to somebody. There's something very wrong. Now, I consider myself very lucky that my boss decided to say something, because no one else that I was close to said anything about my changes. And this happens for many people. This not only happened to me, this happens to a lot of people. It's much more common than you think it might be. I went into what was clinically diagnosed as a depression. Now, that depression was something that was very difficult, because the questions that I asked were, who am I? What am I doing here? What's the meaning of life? What's my purpose? When I became aware. Now, I've seen some clients that don't even realize they're in a depression for years and years. It could be 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. They don't even realize, they carry on. And that was something that was quite shocking to me, because that's the nature of the kind of person that comes to me that's suffering with trauma for a very long time. Even a year is a long time. So in that awareness and in asking those questions, I started to look for answers. Being the good old student that I've always been, I went outside of my normal comfort environment and reached out asking questions. In that space of who am I, what am I doing here, what's my purpose, I was looking for answers for myself. And in finding those answers, I then found ways of helping other people solve anxiety, stress, and depression. Because I then realized in that study that I'd always had some kind of stress and anxiety going on in my corporate life, trying to please people and being the best. And I was that shining superstar, the award winner, the one that always sort of saw something different and got something out of a project that other people didn't get out of it. And I was that go-to person. And there was something that I was always moving on to the next thing, and never really celebrated what was working. I always kept moving and kept moving forward. And I didn't really look back, because I was always looking at the next project, the next big thing, the next task. And I believe that a lot of us are like that. We're always looking for the next, I started to call it distraction, the next thing that makes us feel whole, that makes us feel worthy, that makes us feel good enough. Because I never felt good enough. I was always looking for that space for somebody to say, hey, congratulations, job well done. Here's a certificate. Here's a medal. Here's an award. here's that champagne reception in your honor. You know, I was always looking for that next big fix, and I didn't kind of work out what it was. And there's many of us that are like that don't even realize that we're like that until something happens, like a bereavement, like a shock to the system, a trauma, a demotion that causes us to reflect and to look at something that's not working, a sickness in the family, with yourself, a change in your relationship, a divorce, a change of lifestyle, a move, countries, towns, cities. We have many people in this world that have been displaced through trauma, through wars, through conflict. We have many, many people that are not being their best selves. Yesterday, I did something that was really meaningful to me, and I decided to pay my respects to the Queen. I was surprised, shocked, amazed at how many people were queuing for hours and hours and hours to pay their respects. People that were not in their best form, in wheelchairs, on walking sticks, the very young, the much older, the very mature. And I was surprised at the comradeship, the joy, and the celebration of their Queen. What I was most surprised about is the fact that we were in mourning, and it was a public display of mourning and celebration of our Queen. But we do this on a daily basis. We are like this. We all have people, friends, family that have passed away. And we don't always take advantage of that space of being in a ritualistic mourning, a grieving process. What we do is we shut ourselves down, we brush it away, and we carry on. And it starts to inflict us physically, emotionally, mentally, behaviorally. It's the trauma that can lock in the body by depression, anxiety, or lock in the body if we don't become aware of it physically. Low back pain, osteoarthritis. It can be debilitating, and we don't even realize where it's come from because we're so busy. Yes, we're so busy treating the symptom, treating the sleep with a pill, the non-sleep, treating the anxiousness with antidepressants with a pill. We're so busy popping the pills that we forget to look at why. We don't see why we're suffering in the way that we're suffering. So what do? Because I've solved a lot of the depression that I was in from losing my dad and the stress that I was under in corporate, this is what I do for others. This is how I help others. I offer a free 30-minute breakthrough consultation looking at one symptom. You can book that by emailing me on nomorestress@live.co.uk. I'm also offering today an exceptional offer, a 1-hour introductory offer to break through 3 symptoms that are causing your problems. Because I look at root cause rather than the presenting symptom of where it is now. What started it? Because the depression that I was in, that I recognized 6 months later, I wouldn't have realized it was because of my father passing away. And when somebody's got a problem for a year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, we forget what started it. We forget where it came from, and we focus on the symptom. I use a process that uses chakra psychology, how the mind and body connects and what happens to the person physically, emotionally, mentally, behaviorally when there's an imbalance. And the imbalance is the symptom, whatever it is that we're complaining about, whether we're not sleeping, relationship issues, repeating patterns. Oh, this person is always a drag. This person is winding me up. It's the repeating behavioral patterns, the familiar things that always go on in your life. The common person is you. You are the person that's always in that situation. The world isn't like that for everyone. You are the common person. You are the repeating pattern. You are the repeating behavior. Everything is related to you. And you will resonate and you will vibrate at the same frequency as other people. So you'll attract other people that are like you. And what I want to do is help you literally bust those patterns so that you live a better life, a more peaceful life. You move from head, where all the stress, the anxiety, and the pain is. You reconnect back to your heart so you feel an inner peace. Coming back to my mission and my purpose for life, to create world peace. Playing my part to create world peace is to move each individual from head to heart. It looks like a short distance, but it's a long journey for many. And sometimes we suffer all of our lives and we reside in the mind, the escape route from our stress. But it comes out in all sorts of ways. My invitation to you is to book that free consultation by emailing me at nomorestress@live.co.uk, or even take advantage of my introductory offer of a £99 offer for your breakthrough introductory chakra psychology session. We'll literally bust through your stress. And I also have a course on chakra psychology, an introduction and an activation to clear and balance your chakras for $49. Reach out. Let me help you create your own inner peace. Thank you.
Well done, Caroline. Well done. Thank you so much. All right, I'm going to open up to the panel. Who would like to share a comment or feedback, question with Caroline?
I would love to say, Caroline, wow, that you were able to identify and realize where all of this was coming from, instead of mindlessly for the rest of your life just wandering along. And to me, it feels like your dad has inadvertently left you the most amazing gift through his passing. And his energy is shining through in all your work. It must be such a wonderful feeling to know that he's closer than breathing, which would have been impossible if he was still with you today. Am I right in saying that?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. It is because of my father passing away that I now live a much more peaceful peaceful lifestyle.
That's great. And you know, Caroline, the whole idea that there is peace in us and we can find it. Sometimes we need help doing that. It's not that we contact you so that you can give us peace. It's that you help us find the peace we have within us. We just have to put that baggage down that we tend to carry everywhere in order to really experience it.
Exactly right.
Hmm.
But some people don't know how to do that, and that's why they carry it, because we're always walking around carrying our baggage until somebody intervenes and helps us do that.
Caroline, what I find, sorry, Al. Caroline, what I find amazing about you is that some people, when they have dramas and traumas and things that have happened in the past, and they blame themselves and they go through all kinds of emotions, and they go to a therapist, which addresses subconscious, right? But you go even further. You deal with the energy fields. You deal with the certain energies where there's blocked, and so it's almost, you go in depth where a therapist will go deep. You go in depth and you work with the auric energy fields.
Yeah.
And it's a special divine gift, and your father is working with you. The energy, it's almost like heaven and earth, you know, the energies. You're getting the cosmic energy and the earth energy, and it's coming together, and you have such an amazing gift. You should be, honestly, you are so anointed with the heaven and earth energies, and the fact that more people should be coming to you for this healing, for this energetic healing, for them to look at their energy wheels. Basically, the chakras are energy, the wheels, different wheels for different functions, and you help to clear it. You clear the debris for them, and you help them to awaken to it. So I just love you completely. You're just amazing. You have such a wonderful mission in this life, and you're on your divine mission, Caroline. And that guru that's on the other side as well, he works through you as well as your guides and guardian angels. So it's amazing. And so many people should come to you, so that I believe that people go to therapists, right? So after they've gone to the therapist, they need to come to you so you can work even deeper, which is to do with their current life and their previous lives, which need to be cleared, because all this is stuck in their DNA, in their cell. So you clear the whole lot.
Oh, thank you.
Thank
That's
you,
quite
Madeline.
an endorsement. Thank
Yes,
you.
thank you, Caroline. Thank you to each and every one of you. Thank you, Mr. Cini, for being record. You guys, did you notice we changed? We were in red, now we're in blue.
You are in blue.
Yeah, we changed.
Nobody told me you're going to be in blue.
We changed. So anyway, thank you. That was our first hour, and I really appreciate it. We have our friends for the second hour who are backstage. I'm going to bring them out. And then Caroline and Janetta, you're welcome to stay. You're welcome to go, whatever works for you. When we get to 10 people in the stream, then we're going to have to stick to who's in what hour, but we're not there yet. Let's welcome Mr. Red O'Laughlin. Hello, Red.
Howdy, y'all.
And Pet
Hey,
Psychic
Red.
Amina. Hello.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, hello. Thank you for being here. Okay, so we just completed the first hour, as I mentioned. We're going to move on to the second hour. And in the second hour, we have, looks like Madeline, you are up. So Madeline Chan, I already mentioned, is the Chief Listening Liaison Ambassador for the Elevated Listeners. And Madeline's going to tell us about the work that she does when she's not on this platform. So we'll be backstage. Have a great promotion.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Hi, my name is Madeline Chan. Some people call me Dr. Madeline Chan, but anyway. And what I am is I am actually a soul voice awakener. I know you're thinking, what is that? Okay, let me tell you. Basically, through my life, I've gone through lots of adversities, lots of things that have been life-threatening, things that have been about betrayal, rape, all kinds of. I lost my own child, my own baby as well. I've had lots of things happening, which I did a biography called From a $2 Daughter to a Cosmic Goddess, because honestly, I really feel my journey has been about learning about the heart and the soul. And my journey has been about not having blame, no matter what I went through, to anyone. And just know something deep inside told me it's a lesson. It's lessons in life, lessons in love. So I took this adversity, what happened to me, and I turned it into superpowers. I know you're thinking, what is superpowers? Superpowers is when, instead of taking what's happened to you, and you go through all the emotions, you go through all the journey of it, but then you come through it. And when you come through it, that's when you have a different perception of seeing things. That's when you you lift, you're uplifted, and you find that when these energies happen around you, you know instantly these energies. You don't even have to experience. You just become, how can I say, you become so alert and aware. And that's what my journey has been. So my journey has been through being a singer and a songwriter, where I've always remained silent with what I was really feeling. and I never put blame onto anyone. So I put it into the only way I could express myself was through my voice. And from my voice, connected with the emotions and connecting to the truth of who I am, I therefore was able to emanate and express my true voice, my heart voice, my soul. So in 2012, when I awoke, meaning I was really tired of this life. I really was. I was constantly drinking, constantly partying, constantly just in a trap. Even though I kept saying my decrees, like meditations, it wasn't working for me. And I said, why isn't it working? Why isn't this manifestation? Why aren't I feeling better? And so I questioned the universe. I actually did. And then they said to me, because you're not feeling it. You're just saying things with your mind, but you're not actually feeling things with your feeling body. So I had to learn to feel. And at that point, that's when my heart burst opened and I had a flood of tears coming through. I really did. And I just had to home in on this beautiful, it's like an awakening where this cosmic being held out its arms to me and held me and said, it's okay, little one. It's okay. I'm with you now. You found me. You found me. So from that day, 2012, 21st of December, 2012, was the day I discovered my soul voice. And then I went on this journey of going through and learning about my shadow, learning about my fears, learning to face myself in everything I was. And you know what I had to do? I had to, at the time I was living in Malta, so I went to Gozo, lived on the island by myself and with my partner at the time. And I just shut away from the media. I came away from my friends. I came away. It's almost like I went into a cave for 5 years. And because I had so much clearing to do, I had so much purification, I had so much, way like Caroline said about when your chakras are clogged. So I had lots to clear and I never knew it was there. So when you start to awaken, yes, you get a buzz, you uplift, you do. But then after, you have to do the hard grounding work. You do. Because honestly, everyone, beloved hearts, I'm addressing this to everyone. You may awaken. You may say, oh, I'm just going to think positive from now on. La, 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 positive, positive. That's what I was doing. Then I got woken up. And when you truly awaken is when you face yourself. It's as if you face yourself in the mirror. You face your fear. You face everything who you are. And what you have to address then is your personal behaviors, your attitude, your wordings, the way that your vibrations, the energies, you have to analyze and monitor yourself on a day-to-day basis. And 3 times a day, you have to check in and find out if you are on above a 5. If we say 1 to 10, right? You have to check in to see that you are not below 5. Because if you are, it means you are getting affected by the outer realities of a lower vibration of words and actions and movements and thoughts that have magnetized to yourself. Therefore, you need to clear. You need to go in, connect to that heart, to that soul voice. You need to connect and do regular check-ins 3 times a day. Because if you don't, you'll be heavy, and you'll blow up and you won't mean to. So my journey has been about awakening the soul voice. And I know I'm now 52, right? 52. I have the childlike essence. After everything that I've gone through, people are saying, girl, I'm just wondering why you're still here. I mean, meaning in a nice way. You know, most people would have just like, woohoo, finish, go off to the next life, woohoo, dimension, woohoo, learn some new, you know. But no, I'm a fighter. I'm a soul voice awakener. I'm staying here. I'm going to ascend here. I'm going to stay here and help as many people connect to their soul voice, their heart, to get them on their divine mission, to bring love into this world, which, by the way, Star Child is what I wrote, which is a children's book about saving the world, but also understanding how we have to be careful with our words and our vibrations. So it's a children's book about certain vibrations and makes us think and makes us feel. It has everything: adventure, betrayal, hurt. Nobody dies, though. Absolutely. I forbid it completely. Nobody dies. They just move on to another planet for learning. So, yeah, you can get Star Child on Amazon. And the Galactics, we've got Star Child, who's from a planet, and she comes along and helps the humans to awaken to gifts they have forgotten. Now you're thinking, is this what's is happening right now? I don't know. I have no idea. I just wrote it as an instrument connected with the galactic, with the universe, with the angels. I just connected with my heart to the energy of heaven and earth, cosmic energy. And that's what I'm here. I am here because I am a soul voice awakener. And I can help anyone that wants to discover who they are and get them on to their journey of awakening. And have some fun at the same time. Have a great song about them. Because I've got like Songs for You, which is we work with a group of musicians and we work and help to bring out a song that is for you, about your life story. It could be about a loved one. It could be about someone that's gone over to the other side, another dimension, and you forgot to say how much you love them and remember them. And you do that. So, wow. So that's for Songs for You. There's so much that I can help bring through. And you know what? I'm not all happy, because, at the end of the day, I lost my best soul sister, Kathleen Manuel, and I promised her that I would get this book out, and I thought that I would get this book out if she was still alive, but she died. She died before I could even get this out. And I know that she's shining, and she's on cloud 9 in this book anyway. And I lost my child, Jensen Rogers, through this. And then I lost my good friend, Philip Chan as well, the late Dr. Philip Chan. So this book means a lot to me, so much to me. And I have got about 4 pages of acknowledgements of everyone I've met in here. So this is who I am. I am Dr. Madeline Chan. I am Madeline Chan, and I am a soul voice awakener. Thank you.
It was very heartfelt.
Thank you, Madeline. Madeline is so good at what she does. She saw something in me, and I learned so much from her about feminine energy, masculine energy, and how we show up, how we speak to other people, and even the way we look at other people. It all matters. So thank you, Madeline. Thank you for sharing from your heart, as you always do. You're beautiful.
I as I was listening to you, Madeline, we did a little bit of work together on Dr. Jacalyn's Power of Listening program. I still remember that. There's a book that I read a long time ago, a favorite book of mine, called What Do You Care? Why Do You Care What Other People Think? And essentially the point of the book is literally the title. We tend to manage the way we behave and the way we express based on how we imagine we'll be judged by other people. You don't do that, and that's very liberating. And we can all learn from that. I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Al.
Hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you, Al. Amina, Red, hello, welcome. Do you have any comments or questions or anything you want to share with Madeline?
No, just very wow. Just an amazing 15 minutes of Madeline. I mean, it's just she laid it on the line. She said, "This is what it is, and this is who I am. This is what I believe in." I mean, I'm not sure I could add anything to that whatsoever. Quite honestly, it was very exceptionally well done.
And for me, Madeline, I want to honor you. It is so important to be able to tell our truths, even if it's just for ourselves out loud. But what I hope and what it feels like is you just gave a whole bunch of people who will either listen to this live or in the recording or 3 months from now and say, you know what? I can be that strong. I can get through this. If she can go publicly on a national channel and say, this is where I'm at, this is who it is, and it's okay. Thank you. Thank you for giving everybody the strength to see your vulnerability and know that that's okay. And lots of hugs and support.
Thank you, Amina.
As you can probably feel from all of us. Here's a huge virtual hug from me.
Thank you.
Thanks, Amina.
Dr. Jacalyn, honestly, I was panicking because I wasn't know what I was going to talk about. Honestly, at 20 to 4, and it's like I went into a meditation state, and I connected, and they said, don't worry, just relax, just be who you are. And then it just flowed, because I was thinking, I haven't got the Songs for You logo, I ain't got the website, I ain't got this already, and I was going blah, blah, blah. You know, when sometimes you get yourself in all it was.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you did it. You should be very proud of yourself. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
I mean, speaking on behalf of Dr. Jacalyn, we didn't know what you were going to say either. We had no idea.
We have no idea what anyone's going to say. This is
Best interview ever.
Yeah, exactly.
But
So,
you
all right,
really
we need
delivered.
to stay on time. We're going to move on to Amina. You're up next.
Yay for me.
All right.
So I don't know how to follow that up. I'm going to give you my background, and hopefully Dr. Jacalyn will redirect if she wants to go a different way. But my biggest statement is everybody stops me and asks me, how did you become a pet psychic? How did you learn to do what you do? It's honestly, I was born. I just assumed when I was small that everybody talked to the plants. Everybody talked to the trees. As a child, you kind of do that. Being the youngest of 5 siblings, 4 siblings, technically I'm the 5th, so I'm not my own sibling. Everything was different for me. I was taller, I was blonde, nobody else is in my family. So I don't know, we keep saying that. The stork brought me. But I knew what I knew. And I hope what you also do is know who you are and go with it. Be a Madeline Chan. We're gonna make her a verb, or an adjective at least, and be the strength of you understanding who you are. It took me time. It took me time when I was told, if you don't know about psychics, we have guides. We are not running amok alone by ourselves. And I was told I would get a guide. So the first question was, so how does that work? You go down to the grocery store and pick one out. You go to the hardware store. I didn't know how that. It happened organically. One day I felt alone, and one day I was not. And it was really that simple. My guide, of course, has a name, and I see him as Gabriel. I have had other people who are psychic, and they're like, oh, it's Gabrielle. No, not for me. And maybe for them, that is their vision. I am not alone. When I have questions, when I have interests of needing to know more, what I have learned in this lifetime of learning is everything's in its time. We might need to know what 2 + 2 is, but maybe not as a 3-year-old, or maybe not as a 5-year-old. Maybe it's going to come later. There are life lessons that are also going to come in their time. It doesn't mean that we're not going to get the answer, but sometimes it's the journey getting the answer that actually grows you and moves you towards the person and the place you are supposed to be. We can ask all the time ourselves, why did this happen? How come I'm here? Why don't I have that job? Why don't I have that house? But instead, I would suggest you go through the world and say, thank you for what I have. Thank you for where I am. I want to use a very recent occurrence. About 2 or 3 days ago, my daughter and I were in a car accident and were hit twice. We were on a freeway and everybody was following too closely. But we're going to say, we trusted what we knew and what talents we had as far as good driving schools. And we came out not too badly. Nobody broke any bones. Nobody was injured. I was able to talk to the other 2 cars and make sure they understood what was going on, because it was really important that we all kind of team together and get through this. And it did happen that way. And it was inconvenient and all of those things, but everybody walked away. So when you are challenged with something, if it's your dog barks constantly and you can't get him to stop, that's when you need a trainer. That's when you need a person like me who is a trainer and or a psychic. Look for the help you can get. I'm so incredibly blessed to have this platform and all these amazing people to learn from and all day long be able to watch. Also, don't always feel like, I encourage you that the challenges in your life are catastrophes. Absolutely, we can have our moment of scared, angry, happy, mad, sad, whatever your energy is needing that moment. But there is a learning curve and there's a growth. And you might come out 5 years later, 2 days later, or 6 years later and be able to help somebody because you've already walked that path. It won't be the same as that person. So for me, I've had animal challenges. Oh my gosh, yes. I've had animal challenges, adoptions, crazy, crazy, crazy adoptions, animals that were dumped in backyards. We happened to have bought the house and there was a German Shepherd in the back. He was only about 2. And he was wild as all get out. And I had 2 babies, barely walking. Is this a good setup? Maybe not. But for me and who I was, it was a great learning tool and a loving moment of learning how to do through that. I honor everybody for that. If you need help, that's what we're all here for. And I know for me, I am a phone call, email. I give a lot of free information out on all my social media. So please do better. Hug a honeybee, not literally, but put a plant out so they can thrive also. Because if you like to eat anything, you have to start with honeybee. And be good to yourself, because then you can give love even easier.
Wow. Wow.
Well done, Amna.
Oh, Amina, I find you absolutely amazing. I find that, when you communicate with the animals, with the pets, how do they communicate with you? Do they complain about their family owner or certain foods?
Jacalyn, you'll love this one. Your question is wonderful. I love this one. I had a client who had a lot of medical issues. He was elderly. I happened to have boarded my horse at his ranch. So I saw them often, his pet and he. And just walking by one day, and the dog said, "He's smelly, but he's mine." And I was like, "Okay, did I ask something?" Well, he didn't bathe a lot. This was true. He lived on a ranch. But the bigger thing is he took a great deal of medication. And what we as human beings, if you can smell somebody's taking medication, then they should probably go see a doctor if we can smell it. But animals are very strong in their senses. Eyes, ears, nose, hand, paws, the whole thing. That is all about the tactile. It is, so this animals just say, "No, he's a good man. I get fed, I get hugged. Yeah, I probably could take a shower once in a while." And it's just amazing what I get to hear. And it's because I've heard it since I was a little kid. It was really, really scary to actually tell people. And I got caught all the time in a store, in a park, in somewhere. And the dog, of course, I'm talking to the dog, and the person's just standing there. And it's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. You exist also. I promise. I don't care about you, but you exist." And the conversations are organic and loving, or I've only luckily once or twice had an animal ask for help. And that's as a professionals, we all know, if you see a business owner that is going to lose their business because there's something you see, and you have to walk carefully to say, "How do you help?" If I see an animal being abused, it takes every ounce of my being to not go and, I don't know, to cut the toes off of the owner. I think that's illegal. But if we want change, it has to come with compassion. It has to come with love. And that's true for the pet, and it's true for the owner. So with that is keeps me in a really positive place. So when I'm going someplace, I talk to the flowers more and the dog before I talk to the people. I get caught all the time. And now everybody's like, "She's kind of strange." But what's really miraculous is the people I end up stopping, like in the park, because I went for a walk, and I say something about their pet or their dog and how wonderful they are. And then all of a sudden I say something really off color about, "Wow, when's the last time you took them to the vet?" Just something I wouldn't know. Or it's kind of nosy. And they'll go, "Oh, why'd you ask that? Because I've been thinking I need to go to the vet." I said, "Yeah, you need to go to the vet, like now." So if I'm moved to say something that strong, then you needed to go to the vet like 2 days ago. So
That's a
animals
powerful
will tell
gift.
them how they feel. If you're paying attention to the people in your life, they will tell you how they feel, even indirectly, for those of us who are watching and looking and listening. And that's what this room of professionals is. We're watching, we're looking, we're listening, but we're also giving free information. I do readings and offer free information anywhere. They don't have to do it. That's free will. But at least I should share that there is another way to handle a dog that pulls on the leash. Because if you've got a child behind that, or a small adult, somebody's going to get hurt. And the dog is going to get blamed.
Yeah.
Not us. So it's prevention. It's love and prevention.
Thank you, Amina. Thank you, Madeline, for that question. Al?
I've been owned by both cats and dogs over the course of my life.
I've been owned.
So my question, Amina, is which is it, cats or dogs that have the better sense of humor when you're talking to them?
It is as individual as people, because they all have their own personality. If you've ever owned a lizard, like an iguana or any of that, which I know people who have, they're just, see your head, they're just as quirky. Now, don't even get me on the insects. The brain is like, I don't know if they have brains, but it's like bite you, blood. Okay, I'm out of here. But the sentient ones, it's if you've done any of the big animals, they get it. They know you. They are going to figure out how to manipulate you the best. to get their result. So there's no one culprit. There's no one culprit.
I had a pet iguana down in Panama, and I used to take him out walking every day.
Yep.
Really?
And they're great because they will do the harness. They will do the harness thing. And I've seen a million good YouTube videos. It's hilarious. I've actually seen somebody do this with their alligator. Why? People just don't understand. Because the brain is, like about this big in that dinosaur animal. And so, first of all, you can build a relationship, sure, but you have to remember, if you're not taking into context that tail and those teeth and those toes, man, you tick him off, you're in trouble because you've got no defenses. I'm sorry, this is fragile. All of this is fragile, but it's hilarious. You can see movies of people walking alligators across Florida or somewhere, and you're like, why?
You're not going to figure that out today, that's for sure. But we have to move on to our next presenter, Mr. Red O'Laughlin. So I'm going to put the rest of us backstage. Great presentations, Amina and
Really great,
Madeline.
Amina.
Thank you.
Fantastic, Amina.
All right, here we go.
Hi, Red O'Laughlin here. A little bit about me. I'm the oldest of 9 kids. My first love was chemistry. About sophomore in high school, long before I met my wife. We just celebrated 54 years together. But I said I do to the Navy on a Sunday afternoon with my best friend. He flunked. He ended up 4F for Vietnam. I got an invitation to Vietnam. However, the following Wednesday night, I said I do to my wife. I put 31 years in the Navy, 54 years with my wife, and we're just doing exceptionally well. Been to 61 countries in the year, joined the Navy, see the world. I certainly did. But things that I've learned along there, about 15 years ago, I retired from the corporate world. And nowadays I write almost every single day. In fact, I had 630 days in a row before I caught COVID, and that kind of disrupted things, but I was going for 1,000 days in a row. I have almost 1,000 original content articles on LinkedIn, about 1,500 blogs on my website. But what I do is I write, and I also author books. When I started out writing books, it was on self-improvement motivation. I was speaking around the country, selling my books and CDs in the back of the room. And I enjoyed doing that very much. My wife came down with breast cancer, and all of a sudden my world shifted a lot. And I started researching, using my chemical background, the cellular level of the body, what causes things to happen chemically. And if I could find a root cause, in other words, this happens, if I could stop this here or accelerate it or decelerate it, I found that to be exceptionally fascinating. Well, my first focus was, what can I do to address the symptoms, side effects of the drugs my wife was taking? And we solved a lot of them and pretty successful. But then as she's coming out of this and becoming more and more human again, I kept up my research, and my primary focus is longevity. What causes people to age? I wrote a book on it called Longevity Secrets for Healthy Aging. And there's 2 primary causes for aging: human growth hormone, that we have a lot of when we're a toddler, and we start losing it as we become a teenager. And then later on in life, we have almost none. But when we have the human growth hormone, we're in control. When we don't, aging sort of takes over and we start having a lot of other issues. But there's a lot of easy ways to increase, almost exponentially increase your human growth hormone from 10% to 1,000%. I mean, it's just, if you don't know what you're doing, any road will get you there in just about any case. But with human growth hormone, there are certain things you can do, and they're not difficult. The other part of longevity is the telomere at the end of your DNA. You have this double helix that wraps around. At the bottom is like the plastic tip on a shoelace, a caplet, and it keeps that DNA together. Well, every time the cell becomes 2, it replicates, divides, you lose a little bit of that bottom caplet. And depending on what your lifestyle is, you're going to lose a lot or you're going to lose a little. But as soon as you lose 90% of it, that cell's dead. And that's the end of that particular cell. Well, that's how our body works. As we get toward the end of our life, we have fewer and fewer of these cells that have room to divide. And again, you make decisions about what you eat, how you exercise, smoking, drinking, stress management, weight management, all sorts of things. They all affect how much of that telomere actually erodes when that cell divides. And the better lifestyle choices we make, the generally you lose less and less of that telomere length, and you have an opportunity to live to a longer life. I wrote a book on the joy of ageless health, which talks about stress, toxins, radiation, inflammation, infection, diet, and even expectations affect our health. And when you look at each one of those things, they're controllable, easily controllable. And so I wrote about that and what you can do to minimize disease. And I go into the detail of why these things happen. Part of the why is also right up here between our ears. We have a subconscious mind, and our subconscious mind has a certain set of regulations. And when you operate in that realm of talking correctly to your subconscious mind, for instance, I don't want any pie. In other words, I'm on a diet. Well, number one, subconscious mind doesn't understand not. It has no idea of a concept of negative. It doesn't understand future. It only understands present tense. And it has no concept of what the word want or need. Those are conscious words. And hang on one second. I am noticing my computer start to wane, and I need to do something about it rapidly here before I lose everybody. Okay, that should take care of that. Thank you. The want and need is a conscious decision, but our whole lives are run 95, 98% by our subconscious mind. So expectations, intentions are things that connect. So if I intend to do something, I expect to do something, those are stronger words when you talk to your subconscious mind. So I wrote a book on that called No Matter What You Can Do It. I have probably 45 or 50 articles on Alzheimer's that I'm putting into a book. This will be a compilation of those articles that I've written. But each one of those things, Alzheimer's, for instance, we think about, well, we got this plaque in our brains. Well, how did that plaque get there? We'll back off a little bit and you say, well, that caused that plaque. Well, what caused that other thing in product? Well, there's probably 7, 8, maybe 9 different pathways, and you take a medicine and it fixes that pathway or it stops something from happening. But you still have 7 or 8 other pathways that are still open. And so as you start looking at our health, those are things that you might be able to tell I have a little bit of passion about this, but those are things that I do. So I write, I speak primarily on health, wellness, longevity, aging, age-related diseases. Those are the things that I constantly research and come up with information on. If somebody would love to have me speak to their group, more than happy to do that. But I also publish books for people. I've worked with Dr. Jacalyn on a couple of hers. We're working on a third one right now. And writing is kind of a precursor to being an author. Authoring a book is not real difficult. It's probably harder to edit the book than it is to actually write it. But when you're writing a book, there's a lot, depending on the kind of book it is, there's some very easy ways to do it. So let's say I was working with Al Sini. I said, Al, tell me about the first car you ever had. The mere fact that if you structure a book as an interview and each question is a chapter in your book, and in the chapter you take and write down bullets of the things that I want to cover when I answer that question, then that becomes the process by which you have a conversation with somebody. You allow somebody to interview you and you record it. Now you have a recording that can easily be transcribed into a manuscript. But you also need to have those little stories in your life. We just listened to Amma talk about different stories that she's had. But take a look. One of the stories I have when I talk about cars is the fact that I'm driving over the High Bridge in Corpus Christi, and there's a big thunk. And then all of a sudden, I see my left rear tire passing me and rolling down the side of the bridge. So I end up driving down on 3 wheels and a brake drum. And that's a little story. There's other stories that go there too. So you have to intersperse the stories in there, because the data is nice information. You're giving an answer to a question, but you need the humor. You need the little vignette that goes with that to keep the audience engaged. And so I publish books for people. My primary function in publishing is you give me a finished product, I give you a finished product. So as you give me a book, a manuscript that's edited, proofed, ready to roll, I'll turn around, create an author account on Amazon for you, and I'll give you back an ebook and a physical book and all your intellectual property. And that's what I do in order to help new authors get done. I have published about 30 books so far for people. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to our, I'm not sure what to call the group, but the USA Global TV and Radio Network stars today.
Thank you so much, Red. Excellent.
Really good.
Wow.
Brilliant. Who has some comments or feedback they want to give to Red? Please.
I'll start. I just went through a little health crisis a couple of months ago, and your points, Red, about the little changes that you can make in your life that make a big difference in the way you feel and a big difference in how healthy you are. I think they're really resonant, and most people are very mindless about what they eat and how they live and don't think very much about any of that. And I'm living proof that it comes back to bite you.
Some of us are very lucky and it doesn't bite very hard.
You know, Mr. Cini, I just wanted to mention one thing. Remember when we did the role plays for The Power of Listening?
Mm-hmm.
There was one about going to the doctor and that experience.
Yeah.
That really stood out for me.
Well, I remember that. I did. I just relived some of that.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't missed an annual physical since 1968. I had 31 flight physicals in a row. Every single, you get in the habit of doing things and you do them. I have my annual physical coming up within the next 30 days. And so these are things that if you know where you're at, you can see a trend starting to go off in a direction you don't want. But you also know when you're on the path and everything is good. And there's a lot of things you can do that the doctors don't even, well, they probably know, but they're not included in your normal processing. Whereas I have a C-reactive protein test that I order. It's basically tells me how much inflammation is in my body. It won't tell me where, but it'll tell me that I have a problem. Most of the time it's 0 or near 0. A homocysteine level test tells you how good your heart is. There's just a lot of things you can add to the test that whether you pay for them yourself at a local lab for $12.95 or you let your insurance take care of it, doesn't matter. But there's a lot of information out there that you should have that we just don't get every year when you get your annual physical.
Good points. I just want to say we have guests backstage. I'd love for you to use the custom background for the show. Thank you so much. Okay. Who else would like to share something with Red? Madeline?
Yeah, I find you just amazing in the way that there's so many people now that have so much, lots of things happened in their lives that the only way for them to really work through it and look at it by detaching is through writing their life story, where they go into it fully integrated with you, and then that's it, meaning they've done their book, the energy, the pain, the suffering, they've worked through it.
Yeah, sometimes it's not even
It's amazing you have this.
Yeah, sometimes it's not even the level of pain that you've gone through in your life. Sometimes it's just that funk, that fatigue that we just can't quite seem to get out of. And my wife, when she was going through chemo and radiation, I read a book called The Walls Protocol by Dr. Terry Walls, and she has 4 parts of her protocol. I put my wife on one of them the first day of radiation. She was taking 1, 2, and sometimes 3 2-hour naps a day. I could not control fatigue. That was one failure I had. I put her on that particular protocol, and within 48 hours, she didn't take a nap. A week later, she's working back up at the church. The last day of radiation, of which her radiologist expected her fatigue to get worse, we drove to Jacksonville, Florida from Houston, 1,000 miles. I rented a U-Haul, brought my parents' estate stuff back. She followed me 500 miles each day by herself, 48 hours after her last radiation treatment. Wow. Fatigue is something that is more dietary than it is mental, and we don't understand that. ADD, ADHD, depression, anxiety is all a side effect of some kind of things that we're putting in our bodies. And if we don't know, we keep doing it because it feels good, and that's all I know. I have a habit, and that's what I do all the time. But there are very easy changes to make, and they're not difficult, but we don't know what they are.
What I find amazing, Red, is the fact that you've done so much, like lots of research, and you really have, and then written it into a book. You've done your research, read, and then come to your own expansion and conclusion and written it in a book, your results, your proximity. You've written it in a book. And I find that I applaud you.
Oh, thank you so very
Absolutely
much.
applaud you, Red.
Really.
And USA Global TV and Radio Network has offered me the Talking Heads option. And so if you want to listen to a 30-minute thing on pain management or Alzheimer's or post-pandemic health, there's a lot of things that I've talked about, and it's in the archives of USA Global TV and Radio Network. Please go there. I do a 30-minute segment, usually 6 cycles or something. Right now we're doing post-pandemic health. What can you do to be much better after this pandemic's over? But anyway, thank you very much, Madeline. I appreciate your kind comments.
No, thank you, Red. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. That was fabulous. That concludes our second hour. And Mr. Cini has changed again. Thank you so much. For those of you just joining us, we're changing every hour. So you don't know what you missed. So you have to go back and watch it from the beginning.
You have to go back and watch it.
So we have some of our guests backstage, and we're going to move into the third hour. You are all welcome to stay and comment on their presentations. When we get to 10 in the stream, of course, that's the maximum StreamYard will allow. So let's welcome our guests for the third hour. Hello, Ann O'Connell. Nice to see you. Welcome. Hello, Diane Floyd-Beam.
Hi, guys. Great to see all of you.
Nice to see you as well. Hello, Philip Sykes in the British School of Excellence.
Philip.
And hello, Jane Melian, the English Cream Tea Company. Nice to see you.
Thank you, Liz.
All right, so we're going to
Hi,
start.
Jacalyn. Can you actually see my video?
Yes, we can see you. You look great.
Great.
Good.
Okay, well, that's great. I can't see myself, so hopefully.
We see you. You are here, Anne. So thank you.
Yay.
Thank you very much. Okay, so the way this third hour is going to work is that each of our new guests for the third hour will have 15 minutes to promote their work and what it is we're doing. And then we as a panel will come back and have a chat with you afterwards. So Diane Floyd-Beam, you are up next, my friend. Are you ready?
I guess I am.
All right, take it away.
Thanks. How exciting to have a reunion again. Thank you, Dr. Jacalyn. It's amazing. Congratulations to you and all the work you do. And Alcini, you're incredible and amazing. And the commercials you've done for me. If anyone's looking for a commercial to help promote their book, this is the place to come to. That is for sure. So thank you all very much. So for those who don't know me, my name is Diane Floyd-Beam, and I'm a children's author, and I have my first out. It's been out a couple of years now, a young adult historical fiction book. And I'm excited to see that my publisher, Ann O'Connell, is here. I have another publisher, so I feel blessed to have two, Texas Sister Press. But Ann O'Connell, she gave me my very first opportunity to have my books published, and I feel so blessed to be part of OC Publishing. I have, so where do I start? I start with my whole theme when I decided what was my purpose to write children's books, to go into this field of storytelling, was I decided it was to embrace imagination. Sometimes we need to just slow down, and in our hustle and bustle as parents, including myself when I was a young mom, we're like, go, 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 go. And now I just want people to stop, be still, enjoy the quiet moments, and enjoy imagination and where it can take you. And my books are about loving yourself, being kind to one another, to embrace the imagination of the possibilities of what you can be, what you can do, and that you can soar, which takes me to my latest book, A Time to Fly. So it's for everyone, because we all want moments where we have a job, where we have something that takes us beyond our limits, and we discover that we can do it and we can soar. And then my book that's coming out on October the 8th is Charlie and the Tire Swing. And that is all about imagination. So Charlie and the Tire Swing is going to be adventures that you will go on. But the very first book is intergenerational, because it's important to me that kiddos and parents are reminded of the people that came before them and how they helped make them who they are today. Because our grandparents are important, our great-grandparents are important, everyone's important. Little bits of them are within us. And Charlie discovers this in Charlie and the Tire Swing as his grandpa tells him the story how the giant oak tree came to be. Storytelling is something that I love to share with people, and I love to tell them that we are all storytellers, because every time we open our mouth and someone says, "How was your day today?" and you go, "It was fantastic," or, "Oh my gosh, I don't even want to talk about it. Just tell me where the chocolate is," right? And so that's storytelling. So if for some reason you're now ready to put those stories to print, know that you are like, where can I start? What can I do? Thanks to Ann O'Connell, who'll be sharing some more things with you in a minute. She helped guide me. And now I help people. I don't charge. I just give little tidbits, and I probably point them into the direction of Ann or Red O'Laughlin, who was on a little earlier, who also is a publisher. And if I know that people fit with certain people, I might suggest where they go. So please feel free to contact me. I'm also on Talking Heads with Dr. Jacalyn, and I feel so privileged to be one of her expert Talking Heads people. It's a true honor, actually. And in that, you can go to USA Global TV and radio, and you can see some of the archives of Talking Heads all about storytelling. And in the weeks to come, I'll be actually giving tips from wearing my hat from when I was an educator in the classroom. And I'm going to give some tips on the importance of words and what words, you don't, when you're writing a story, you need to think about your audience. And words are so important, because if you use a vocabulary that's too high level for a pre-K student, that you might as well not even write the book. So I'm going to be giving tips on things like that. So that is Diane Floyd Boehm, and you can find out more about me by going to my website, DiannFloydBoehm.com, DiannFloydBoehm.com. And you can sign up for my newsletter and never miss an event that I'm going to, or find out how you can just email me right there, and away we go. Thank you, Dr. Jacalyn.
Well done, Diane. Fantastic.
Definitely well done.
So welcome back, everyone. Who has questions or comments that they want to share with Diane? Where is Diane, by the way? Oh, here she's backstage. Diane, I left you backstage. Sorry.
I do.
Yay.
Okay.
Recently heard a quote from Fred Rogers, of all people, who said that as a society, we tend to put a lot of emphasis on information, and we never, ever emphasize wonder. And that whole idea that there are amazing things happening out there that are not linear, they're just sort of surprising, and they're real gifts. Diane, that's the line of work you're in. And if that Fred Rogers quote finds its way into your next commercial, don't be surprised.
I love Mr. Rogers, so I would be honored. But he is absolutely correct. Wonder. And, I just came back from church, and we were singing all these fabulous songs. So it inspired another children's book. So watch out, Anne.
Diane, amazing. I love it.
Because you let your mind wander as you're being filled with the Spirit. So.
Well, of course, I have to jump in and say, it warms my heart to share the panel here with Diane, who was my very first official author. And I'll share a little bit more about what's coming up for us, book number 7
Great.
that Diane and I have done together. So she's a true partner in publishing.
That is beautiful. Thanks for sharing that, Anne. Wonderful. So I also want to mention that Mr. Alcini does do fabulous commercials. He really does. And
Thank you.
Diane, thank you for your continued sponsorship. We really do appreciate you.
Really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
All right.
He's got a
And
voice.
our next Dan O'Connell.
Oh, excellent. Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I love,
Backstage.
oh, thanks. I love Al's got a great voice. So perhaps one of these days I will get you to do a promotion for me. Today, I do want to focus more on my authors, but I'll tell you a little bit about OC Publishing. So I am the founder and president of OC Publishing that I started in 2016. I'm also an author. I write mysteries, and of late, I haven't been able to put pen to paper, but I do have several outlines. So down the road, you'll probably see more from me. But I have 2 novels and a collection of expat and travel stories out. So take a look for those. Um, Amazingly, as I said, I founded OC Publishing in 2016. And earlier in the show, I was listening when Dr. Jacalyn was talking about her priorities. And I have very similar priorities. So I first want to give a shout out. I know my mom is watching on the big screen upstairs. Hello, Mother Teresa. I promised her I would say hello. But my priority is mom and my family. And then next, of course, my health and well-being. And then that allows me to focus on my work, my publishing company, and the amazing authors that I partner with. OC Publishing is a hybrid publishing company. And what that means is that it's a mix, or a combination of self-publishing and traditional publishing, or indie publishing, I guess is probably more accurate. The difference being that with a hybrid model, it's a pay for publishing model. But I do follow exactly the same process as a traditional publishing company would, from working with professional designers and editors through to what I believe is a very top quality product. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually share some of those with you today, because that's really what this is all about, and what I'm all about is celebrating indie authors, celebrating the amazing people who have put their trust in me and partnered with me to get their books out. So I want to focus. I've got so many, because since I just did a count today, and I'm kind of blown away myself. But since 2016, by the end of this year, I will have published 57 books. 57 books, both print and ebooks. And of course, some of the books that I've published have been all of the above. So a print and an ebook. And with children's books, I also do a hardcover, because there's nothing like holding a hardcover children's book in your hands. So 57 books, very exciting. So of course I don't have enough time to introduce you to all of them. So I'm going to focus on the titles from 2022. So at the very beginning of this year, we launched Montaha Hidefi's, relaunched actually, Giving Voice to My Silence. This is a memoir, and I suppose I should share with you the genres that we publish: mystery, memoir, women's fiction, historical fiction, children's picture books, young adult, and middle grade books. So memoirs is quite a large niche for us. And we had published Montaha's memoir a couple of years ago, and it was called Groping for Truth at the time. And as the next couple of years ensued, her mother passed away, and there were a lot of other things that happened. So we relaunched the book under a new title with a new chapter, and it delves into her life, her past life, and the abuse that she experienced, and overcoming that abuse, and then evolving to this amazing woman that she's become. So this Giving Voice to My Silence was the first book out this year, followed very soon after by Linda Faye Schmidt's second novel, The Holding, which is actually a prequel to her first book, The Healing. This is the second book that we've published for Linda. And it's a women's fiction, and it follows the life of a woman who, again, escapes, an abusive relationship, finds herself, and it's really, this kind of goes back to the very beginning and talks about her relationship with her father, the main character's relationship with her father, and how that helped her come through a lot of difficult times. So one of the other books that's coming up really soon is Linda's going to be her third book with us. It's called The Healing and the Holding Companion Journal. And what this book is, it's a journal, a self-guided journal that takes excerpts from Linda's first two books, The Healing and the Holding, and sort of gives a little bit of insight into an exploration of self-growth and experience. So this is coming out in October 23rd. So watch for that. The next book that's coming out for us this month, actually next week, September 23rd, I'm going really fast because I want to get through them all, is another memoir. It's called Nurse, a Memoir. And this book is written by a woman here in Nova Scotia who has lived a very, very full life. She's in her 80s now. She did her nursing training in New Brunswick, and she felt it was kind of time with the healthcare crisis here in Canada to really explore her nursing training from the past, which was hospital-based. So this memoir takes you from the very beginning of her nursing training in a hospital through to her graduation. After she graduated, she worked in obstetrics, and then when she had her second child, she took a little bit of a break. And then when she came back to her professional career, she did a very long political career, and she was actually the first mayor of Bedford here in Nova Scotia, and also a commissioner on the status of women. Really, this book is really quite a gem. And there's great pictures at the end as well. I don't know if you can see those. Hang on a second. She shares some great shots of when she was in her nursing training. So pick up a copy, Nurse, a Memoir. And as Diane mentioned, we're just about to launch her next book, Charlie and the Tire Swing. Isn't that absolutely gorgeous? This book is, as she mentioned, an intergenerational story, and it's sort of a love story for families, the importance of connection with family. Charlie is having hot chocolate with his grandfather, and they talk about how his grandfather planted this amazing acorn that grew into an oak tree. I'm trying to find this double page spread for you. Look, oh my gosh, how gorgeous is that? So we're really, really excited about Charlie and the Tire Swing coming out. Congratulations, Diane, on our 7th book together. Unbelievable. So 2 other books that are coming later in the year that I don't have copies of yet. Lily's Egypt Adventure, which is Cindy Tingley's book. It's the 3rd in the Lily's Adventure series. I don't have the 3rd one just yet, but it's equally as amazing. It's the story of the life of Jesus told through the eyes of a feisty, carrot-munching donkey named Lily. And her stories are meant for middle grade readers, their first chapter books. So that's an Orange Kitty and the Mouse Parade. I don't have an example for you, but stay tuned and we'll share that with you. So before I close, I want to invite anybody out there who is a reviewer, whether you're a blogger or you like to review books on Amazon or Goodreads, or you're a book lover, show authors, indie authors especially, your love by doing reviews of their books. And anybody who's out there watching who would like to do a review on any OC Publishing title, visit ocpublishing.ca or .com and send me a note, reach out on social media. I will send you a free PDF of any title in exchange for an honest interview. The only other thing that I want to talk about is we do an annual writers retreat, which is coming up in October. the Paradise Writers Retreat. It's October 30th to November 3rd. So even if you're a beginner writer, if you have ideas for a book, if you're making progress in a book, you've got a few chapters, come and join us. It's a 4-day in residence retreat, and we've got lots of great workshops and solitary writing time here in Nova Scotia at a beautiful resort right on the ocean. I guess the other thing is, if you're an author and you're watching, I do a weekly show called The Author Journey, and it's Tuesday afternoons at 4 p.m. Atlantic time. So if you're interested and you'd like to join me, please again reach out or email me, ann@ocpublishing.ca. And I guess that's kind of it in a nutshell. It's a big nutshell, maybe even an acorn. So that's basically OC Publishing and what we do. And like Diane, I just love to help people get their books out. We are scheduled right up to the end of 2023 now, but I also do self-publishing coaching. So feel free to reach out and say hi. So that's pretty much me.
Great job, Ann. Yeah, I want to let you know, I reached out to Ann about working with her. She's like, "Oh, I'm fully booked until the end of." I'm like, "Oh my gosh, good for you. That is amazing to be in that space."
And you've got a lot going on too, so.
Yes, definitely. But who has comments or questions? Anything you want to share with Ann?
I'll jump in. Congratulations on the number of books. That is huge.
Thank you.
I've been with you from the beginning, and I know how much you moved. I watched you move into this incredible publishing company, and
Thank you.
And I have been to one of your workshops. So if anyone lives, in the Nova Scotia area or doesn't mind flying, it is worth going to.
Thank you. Yeah, I get people come from all over the place. So, finally now, the last 2 years, of course, it's only been people in Nova Scotia because of that horrible virus. But now we're open. People are coming and going and traveling, and it is a beautiful spot. So, thank you, Diane, for that.
Yeah, the way you describe that resort, it sounds fabulous.
Oh, it's awesome.
I have a question. I know we got a little bit of time. I think it's, and maybe this is a question actually for both Diane and for Ann. It's kind of important. Publishing normally, and most people says, is a transaction. You offer a book, the book gets printed, the printed book gets offered out. But there's a relationship with the publisher when you're working with Ann that is a very important part of the creative process. Isn't that true, Diane?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I think you have to gel, and it was easy to gel with Ann. It's up to my imagination. I think I could tell you I could keep her busy with all my books, right, Ann?
Oh my goodness! I was going to say probably half of those 57 are yours. No, you're absolutely right, Al. And I probably could do a lot more books in a year if I wasn't so hands-on. But that's just who I am and what I do, and it works for my model. And my authors become very good friends as well. So, and there's not one author I work with that I haven't done multiple books with. So, I love the authors I work with. It's an amazing, at this point, it's a very large group of women, but we're open to anyone and anybody, but it's probably, because of the genres that I focus on, that, it's more predominantly female authors. So.
Good question. Thank you. All right. Anyone else have anything for Ann?
Well, I'm going to throw something out there.
Oh, Jane has something too.
Okay, good. Go, Jane, because maybe you're going to say what I think.
I just wondered, Anne, if you'd come across the phrase that you are a book midwife. You deliver the book that's within other people.
Yeah, well, we talk about birthing our babies for sure. So, yeah, and we do it without the assistance of a medical doctor. So yes, I guess I'm a midwife. Thank you for that, Jean.
And I was just going to say, I see 3 men right there, and each one of y'all could have a book.
So funny.
Throw that out.
There's a book inside all of us, right?
Oh, absolutely. Or more than one.
All right, let's move on to Jane. Jane, are you ready?
Yes, of course.
Of course you are. All right, enjoy.
Well, hello, everybody. How lovely to be here. Now, my products and shop is mostly available in the British Isles, so that may not suit you where you are. And in fact, we were just hearing from somebody who's in Nova Scotia, absolutely lovely, one of my favorite places, but it's not easy for us to deliver fresh afternoon tea, which is what I do, to Nova Scotia. We do have some other products, and of course my book. My book is available overseas, so I thought I'd just mention them. I'm so lucky to be involved in the world of afternoon tea and something called English cream tea. It's a most delightful tradition. Nelson Mandela said it was Britain's greatest export. Well, of course it is. So every day we bake scones, or do you say scones? Either's all right. And we're packing up goodies and making sandwiches and cakes. You can actually see this going on our TikTok channel, which is known as @Afternoon Tea Jane. And it's good fun. But we also have our own ranges of teas and our own jams. We've even got things like this, gift boxes, cut out the caffeine ones, low caffeine, oh boy, or Christmas time for tea. We can send things like this abroad, but unfortunately you have extra costs because of the travel aspect. So when you come to Britain, you're going to have to buy our goods now when you land here. This one's got several of our marvelous preserves, but it also has a scone recipe inside the box. So we've got lots of fun and delightful and British things. Even our tea towels remind you about your manners, because we love a bit of etiquette. So all our products are charming, but getting hold of them isn't quite so easily. Although, I think the broadcasting's struggling a bit there. What's happening? Well, I don't know if you can see me. I'm going to assume you can, but I can't see you. So we have a book, Scone or Scone. Scone or Scone, the essential guide to British afternoon.
Let's see if Jane comes back. By the way, while we're waiting for her, I actually purchased her book, and it's en route, so I'm excited. I really wanted to buy some of the other lovely goodies that she has, but they don't ship here yet. I'm sure that's going to change.
I'll tell you, I was caught up in what she was saying, because in the United States, when it's time for coffee, you go to a machine, you push a button, a cup pops out, some brown liquid gets poured into a cup, you run off somewhere with it. You barely remember ever drinking it. The difference between America and civilized society is exactly what Jane is talking about. You make time for it. It's an experience. You do it when you're supposed to do it. You do it with people that you care about, often, not always. And it really makes a difference in your day. And as the British Empire has retreated from the shores of many countries, what they've left behind are exactly traditions like tea time. Tea time is still celebrated all over the world because it's so civilized.
It's a great way for people to feel heard. And by the way, Jane is back. She's presenting backstage.
Great.
Let's bring her out.
Say scone.
Jane?
I think I'm
Jane,
back. Do you say scone? Do you say scone? My book is available in America and other outlets, and it covers the history. Do you know about the history of afternoon tea? How it began? Do you want to know about the etiquette? Is it little finger out or not? And all the other niceties. We cover all of that. And also how to hold an afternoon tea. how to deal with the food, how to present it, how to make it interesting for the guests. And so we cover all of that. But the chapter that people seem to like the most is the one about etiquette, asking you all the questions. You can test out your guests and see what they think. You know, if you've got a cherry stone in your mouth, what's the correct way to get rid of it? Oh, or where does the teaspoon go on the cup and saucer area? Where? What's the right way to stir? Well, these things, they're not life-threatening, but sometimes it's kind of interesting and cool to know. And you could probably go to afternoon tea wherever you are in the world. It seems to be everywhere. And it's just kind of confidence boosting when you know the proper way to do these things. So I'm thrilled to be offering this book, Scone or Scone, and also to be available. We've got a YouTube channel. Do you know, it's called English Cream TV. Do you get the joke? English Cream TV. So we love that, and we're all over other social media as well. Track us down and ask us questions. And on TikTok, you can find out how we make our cakes and our perfect finger sandwiches, which do not involve actual cutting of fingers. You'll be glad to know. So afternoon tea is my world. I wonder if you're interested in it as part of your world too. I've got the Guinness World Record for the largest cream tea ever. Thank you, thank you. And I also gave a TED talk, one of those talks that gets televised, and it was how afternoon tea could save the world. Of course it could. So if you've got any queries, you let me know. And if your scones or scones don't rise, you can ask me about that as well. It's a problem the world over, but I have got some pretty good tips I can pass on. So my tips are, though, if you're coming to Britain, do order from us, englishcreamtea.com. Take back some lovely gifts, and they make charming British and English keepsakes and prezzies to take home. And if you're in North America area, maybe the book. Failing that, you can go on our website and book an etiquette hour with me, and we'll go through it online. I won't be strict, but I will give you all the information you need. We do cookery courses here in Britain, but that's not going to be easy if you're based in America and Nova Scotia and wherever you are. But we'll have fun however we get to meet up. Thank you for listening. I really appreciate it.
Well done, Jane. Well done. Thank you. And as I mentioned, I've ordered your book, so I'm super excited for it to come in. And then Diane and I will interview you on the corner bookstore. So who has questions or comments for Jane?
I do.
Yes.
I do. I'm dying. Actually, I've been to Britain a couple of times.
Lovely.
Tea time has always been a kind of a curiosity to me,
Yes.
because as an American, who has time for that? but the magic is in making the time for it.
Yes.
And that, you see, I know we're kind of previewing what Philip is going to be talking about, but the word proper, that there is a kind of I don't even want to say ritual, but there is a way to do certain things, and there is a time to do certain things. And so if I decided I was going to adopt tea time in my household,
Yes.
I would have it at 4 p.m. And how long would it last?
So it might replace actually your lunch or your supper, because afternoon tea can be very substantial. But if you're literally just going to go tea and maybe just biscuits or a piece of cake, yes, 3:30 or 4 p.m. would be the usual time. You're absolutely right. And then it would depend how many people are joining you, because it's, as you've just mentioned, a pause, a pressing pause on the madness of life. And it's just you enjoying the company of someone else. And if it's not someone else, it's you enjoying your own company and just restoring your equilibrium. So on your own, even if it's only a 15-minute break of you, your cup of tea, and just getting yourself together. It's very restorative. I recommend it, but particularly with friends. There's nothing so special as being in rapport with your pals.
And Friends is different as Queen Elizabeth and Paddington Bear.
Queen Elizabeth and Paddington Bear, I know. So I grew up on Paddington Bear, and of course Queen Elizabeth's been my queen my whole life, and Philip's. And so tomorrow is a sad day. It's been a sad time for us lately.
Sure.
But we really enjoyed her Jubilee celebration and the Paddington Bear sketch on the television. It was wonderful and heartwarming. I hope you all got to see it.
Yes. And I understand our dear friend Ian Palm Turner is actually covering the funeral.
Ah,
Oh,
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, I saw
great.
that. Diane, what questions or comments do you have for Jean? We can't hear you, dear.
oh, still can't hear you, Diane.
I apologize. I try to put myself on mute so when someone else is speaking. Anyway, I wanted to share with you, I love tea time so much, and I learned how to do, hopefully, proper tea time while living in Dubai. I loved it so much that when my son was getting married and I needed, as a mother-in-law, throw a bridal shower for
Yeah.
I threw a big tea. I went to a proper place that does proper tea time and rented out the place, and all these 25 girls had proper tea for the first time, and they absolutely loved it. So I was curious if y'all do bridal showers there, because they were all like, I never heard of such a thing. But now I hear some of them have thrown their own proper tea parties. So thank you for what y'all do.
You're welcome, Diane. Yes, bridal shower tea parties, particularly with some added champagne. Seems quite a trend at the moment. The ladies like that very much. Yes, it's a big treat. And also going to the London hotels, the big hotels, for birthdays with a 0 at the end or something special. It's the thing to do. And often ladies will get together, and sometimes they'll all dress up, and occasionally they'll wear hats.
Yes.
But yes, it's a big treat. And I would recommend, even if you don't have it on a regular basis, you don't have to do it every day. But if you can fit in a special afternoon tea every now and then, it's memorable and it's charming.
Jean, a question I have for you, and I asked this of Philip, so I want to hear what your response is. I said to Philip, how can we eat so much food at an afternoon tea, or whether it's replacing another meal, and stay trim? And he said it's because the British do a lot of walking. Is that the case?
Well, that is the case, but I don't stay trim, let's be honest. I could pull one hit jam and one hit cream. So it's about a balance. Nobody is saying you should have afternoon tea every day. You know Roald Dahl, the author who wrote Matilda and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, he believed in treats, but you can't have them too often. So that's the saving grace is that if you're going to the London hotels, you've got to get there. And that will involve going on the train and walking and so on. All those things help. But for me, I replace lunch or dinner, sometimes both, with afternoon tea. And also you bring home what you feel you can put to one side in your doggy bag, you know, a nice little posting bag, and just have that another time. So yes, it's moderation, but I have to be honest, afternoon tea is an indulgence, Dr. Jacalyn. So just don't do it all the time, and we'll run on the spot.
I'm ready to do it right now. I do intermittent fasting. I haven't eaten since yesterday at 7.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh, I would love to have this right now.
Beautiful.
So do you think in the future you will be shipping to the United States and to other countries?
We have done in the past, actually. We have exported to a British outlet called Brits, and we might be able to do so again. Yes, some of our goods, but we still won't be able to export our fresh sandwiches and fresh cakes, of course, ambient products. But we would love to do so because it just seems that the world over loves this British treat and all the paraphernalia that surrounds it. Hooray!
Yay! Yes, please do that. Be great.
the world over is an understatement, Jane. It's just amazing how, all of us have had the opportunity to travel, and wherever you go, inevitably, it's almost like seeing an Irish pub wherever you go. You'll always see someone who's putting on an English afternoon tea somewhere in the world, and it really is that opportunity to connect with one another. And as I shared with you the other day, Jane, I love reading this. There are few hours in life more agreeable than the hour dedicated to the ceremony known as afternoon tea, and that is by Henry James. So yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. It is such a treat, and people are fascinated by it. It really is, and you can learn and so much about one another. And not only that, as Jane said, the etiquette, the rules of engagement, and how do you sort of navigate your way around this beautiful, amazing feast for the eyes.
Well
Lovely.
stated, Philip.
Really wonderful.
Absolutely. And now we're going to go on to the principal of the British School of Excellence, Philip Sykes. Look forward to your
exciting.
presentation.
Lovely. As always, it is such a lovely treat to be here with all of you in the studio, but very, very wonderful and exciting to have all our listeners and the people out there who take the time to engage in this incredible platform, which is all about giving people incredible knowledge, tools, and guidance for life, and for giving people the platform and opportunity to go out there and make a difference in this world. And I know, Dr. Jacalyn, you and your team are so focused and dedicated to all of this, and we all have the privilege to connect with one another. At our organization here at the British School of Excellence, we really do focus on bringing people together and giving them quintessential tools to elevate themselves to the next level. Is it about etiquette and manners? Absolutely. Is it about emotional intelligence? Absolutely. So here at our organization, we totally believe in the importance and the sort of full circle of etiquette, manners, and emotional intelligence. This is about growing and developing people for all sorts and walks of life. And it doesn't matter whether you come from the favelas of Brazil, to the squatter camps in India, to the shanty towns of Africa, to the poorest parts of the United Kingdom, or anywhere in the world. If you fully appreciate the power of etiquette and manners and emotional intelligence, you can elevate yourself to the highest heights that you could ever dream of. And I've seen this through my career, because people have taken on that journey, and doors so bigger than Buckingham Palace's gates, have opened for them. And it really is the opportunity to make changes in your life. And just earlier on, as I entered the studio, everything is about going out there and making that change. Red was saying that you can talk is cheap, but you've really got to jump out of an aeroplane and build your parachute on the way down. That's the only way it's going to really happen or work for you. Whether you're a child, you're a teenager, you're a youngster in your 20s and 30s, to people who are sort of my age in our 50s and beyond. It's up to us to realize how etiquette and manners, and I suppose one thing that one of our sort of colleagues said, it really is about creating good human beings. And the world over, we all need to help one another and make a change. Something else that was brought into play earlier today, and I think very much, Diane, from your background, is the importance of we as adults, grandparents, parents, adults, going out there to guide and steer the children and the teenagers of the future, because they are the future. And this comes through the power of storytelling and through the power of action and being able to put your money where your mouth is. And for me, and I know, Dr. Jacalyn, I've had the privilege to spend a lot of time with you in the studio. Every Friday, we gather to have the power of etiquette and manners. We bring in the most phenomenal guests from around the world. We were so privileged this last Friday to have Jane into the studio with us. We bring in the most phenomenal people who are at the top of their game to share their journey in what this is all about, in making that big difference in this world. And we're talking about, and I think, Al, you were referring to something earlier on about wonder, and the World Economic Forum recently published a paper talking about the 10 skills for the that we need for the future. And out of those 10 skills, only one of them was focusing on technology. Only one of them out of all of those 10 skills. They were creativity, your emotional intelligence, analytical and critical thinking, active learning with a very, very diverse and dynamic growth mindset, judgment and decision making, interpersonal communication skills, leadership skills, that diversity and cultural intelligence. And they talk about those technology skills because, yes, we are in the fourth industrial revolution. Yes, we are focusing on the internet. We're focusing on blockchain and all of those technologies. We're talking about, that connection through the power of technology, absolutely. But there's nothing more dynamic than the human connection we as human beings can do. And the final thing, is that wonder, embracing that change, accepting that change, wondering what could be and will be. Those are really the fundamental core skills that as an organization, we absolutely wholeheartedly focus on. We're so much more attached to that from, not only what I've just shared about power of etiquette and manners and emotion intelligence, but how do we present ourselves? How do we show up every single day? How do we put our best foot forward? How do we help our minds shift when we just need to make that push and that shove just to perform for the day? Because we all have days where we feel flat or we get knocked back slightly, and just giving people those amazing tools just to elevate themselves, to get through that tough day, then go home and throw the duvet over your head, for example. There is so much that we love sharing and helping people change people's lives. And we have a very straightforward, I suppose, phrase, which is live, learn, teach, and inspire. And we are so blessed because we run a program called Train the Trainer. And again, Jane had the opportunity, and I would love to say the privilege, of working and meeting 6 or 7 of our students from this last week where we had Train the Trainer, as did Dr. Jacalyn. She welcomed us all onto an amazing show on Friday afternoon. And when you speak and meet these incredible individuals from around the world, their background, their journey is just quite phenomenal and dynamic. From doctors to PhDs to parents who've raised 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 children and beyond. It's just mind-blowing. So that is what we here at the British School of Excellence are very much focused on, is giving people that opportunity, changing lives and making a difference in this world, building confidence. So back over to you in the studio. Thank you for this amazing opportunity.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Philip. Who would like to ask Philip a question or has a comment for Philip?
Yes, go ahead, please, Jane.
Thank you, Philip. So your work has an importance, and probably it's the equivalent of knocking over a domino. And where they end up going, perhaps you never even find out. But do you get a sense that you are helping people, propelling them into something they never thought they'd be able to achieve?
It gives me goosebumps when you give me that analogy. Absolutely, it is mind-blowing. Jane and Al and Diane and Dr. Jacalyn, I look at this as taking an orchid, a beautiful orchid plant, and placing it in the right sort of light with the right sort of temperature, and you just give it enough water each week, and it starts to grow these incredible stems, and these flowers come into fruition. The most beautiful flowers that it's just you cannot believe what that beautiful plant has just created. And this is what we have the privilege to do, is grow people. And Jane, we have the most phenomenal testimonials and feedback from people all over the world of what not just the British School of Excellence is way bigger than I am. I'm just one of the sort of I'm the coal shoveler. I'm just the coal shoveler. The train driver is someone else in the organization. So at the end of the day, yes, Jane, it's a lovely analogy. It's that beautiful domino.
Thank you.
Philip, we've had a chance to talk before, and I've thought about what you do since then. We live in a very spontaneous world. We've created a kind of a spontaneous culture. So
Yes.
Thought occurs to you, you blurt it out. A feeling hits you, you scream it out. In a world that's become, I think, too spontaneous, it's wonderful that you're out there creating a deliberate world where we think about things before we. And I think Dr. Jacalyn, you probably verify this. 80% of coaching is about getting people to put a deliberate something in place of the naturally reactive thing that they're using wrong. I mean, that's a lot of coaching is just teaching people to slow down and do it right, if you know what I mean. So when you think about kids, and lately I've been coaching a young person, when you think about kids who are naturally spontaneous, how do they react to a program that teaches them how to slow down and do things right?
That's a wonderful question, Al. And for me, we've had some magic happen with youngsters. Firstly, making it fun and interactive and going through that journey of storytelling, giving them examples, role plays. We do share a lot of audio visual with them. So scenes from films, for example, we might pick a Mr. Bean, or we might pick a Paddington Bear, or we might pick the Princess Diary. So we give them the understanding of action, reaction, number one. But one of the key areas and elements that's really worked fascinatingly, has really worked incredibly well, is giving our youngsters the 6-second rule tool, giving them the opportunity just to slow down and pause before they interrupt mum and dad, or before they raise their hand in the classroom. But it's like everything, it's creating habits. You've got to create. So with Harley, I've got a little 8-year-old, I've got an 18-year-old daughter, Georgia, my 15-year-old Tabitha, and then Kerry and I together, we have this beautiful little boy called Harley. And is he perfect? Of course he's not perfect, but he is, I can honestly say, and thank goodness, otherwise I'm definitely doing something wrong. I can honestly say, without being biased, that he definitely holds his own, and his manners and his engagement with people is just wonderful. And we get the feedback from, whether it be parents at the school gate, or family, friends, or members, or things like that. And it is giving our youngsters the opportunity to take a breath, to just take time out, use a 6-second rule. That works exceptionally well. And just if I can sort of rattle on a little bit, many years ago, we had a gentleman whose daughter came on one of our Kitty Cats programs. So we've got a brand called Kitty Cat, and she was 8 years old. And this is about 2.5 years ago. And this little girl, her mum and dad gave us a little rundown of where some of her challenges were. She was feeling a little bit shy at school. She was also quite outspoken at home, a single child. And she was in a group class, and amazing. So we did 4 one-hour sessions on Zoom. And we obviously give them homework. We send the parents follow-up material for them to monitor their children. But not only that, obviously with Zoom, the parents can sit in the background and take on board what we're sharing. And then we obviously really try and get feedback from people, because when we get feedback, we can feed forward. So we always are looking at ways to better or learn, and nothing better than someone saying, hey, you've done a great job, thank you, which is obviously what we want to hear. But at the same time, as we want to learn and grow, where else could we be a little bit more polished, or maybe bring in a little bit more role play, or whatever it might be. And I know I'm dragging the story up, but there's method in the madness here. So at that time, we were also running quite a few webinars on various other programs we were running. And one of them was obviously with our coach who heads up the EQ department. And this little girl's father was very taken by the coaching that this little girl had received. So he engaged in some of these webinars. And then he booked onto the EQ program that we deliver. And he runs a very successful technology company, and his company has gone from strength to strength to strength ever since he did the program. We asked him what brought him to and drew him to the British School of Excellence. He said, it was my daughter. He said, the 6-second rule that you introduced to her has changed the dynamics between all of us in the family. And I was like, what? How can that be? Because she took it on board, and she understood that, just by pausing, stopping, it is fundamental the parent absolutely acknowledges. So hypothetically, if Jane had a 7-year-old, and Jane and her husband are chatting, and the 7-year-old said, Mummy, darling, I'll be with you in 1 second. Let me just finish with Daddy. So you acknowledge the child, and then that child, 6 seconds. The other interesting thing, Al, is taking people to their happy place. Taking people to their happy place, because we all have good days and bad days. And again, I want to share a lovely journey with you. Another Kitty Cat program, 7 or 8 little children on the course between 8 and 10 years old. First day kicked off, boom, out of the ball. Things were really hyped up and raring to go. Second day, this little girl comes on, and I could see her whole demeanor was very low and flat. And I said to her, I'm going to use it for the better. I said, Abby, what's going on? No, I'm fine, Mr. Phillip. I said, Abby, come on, what's happening? Are you having a good day? I'm fine, thank you. I said, I tell you what, where's your happy place? She says, I love snorkeling. So I said, wow, me too. I said, where have you snorkeled? She said, well, we've been to the Maldives a few times. I said, well, that's where I went on my honeymoon. should we go snorkeling together? So she said, oh, I'd love to. So I said, okay, put your pretend mask on. Let's close our eyes and let's go snorkeling. Did you see that parrotfish? Did you see the triggerfish? Did you see the beautiful manta ray? And did you see those turtles? And we went through this for about a minute or two. And then I said, okay, Abby, did you see all those beautiful fish under the water? She said, yes. I said, we're going to have to get out the water now. We're going to take our masks off. We had a different little girl in the room. So, yeah, there are so many wonderful little tools out there that we can embrace, but we've got to be patient. We can't try and get rid of the word no in our vocabulary, because no, don't do that. You naughty boy. No, stop doing that. No, no, no. And this is going to start to push people down. So through our Train the Trainer coaching program, we very much give people the tools on, let's get rid of the word no. Let's say, well tried, or I like where you're taking that. Oh, Jane, I don't know if the cream goes on top or the jam should go on top. Or, you make sure you make it a lot more approachable.
So valuable. We're all ready, fire, aim. That's how we are these days. And if we could just sort of shift to ready, aim, fire again, there'd be fewer mistakes and people would be happier. So thank you.
And this goes back to Jane's theory. When you do have tea together with people, get rid of every. I was almost, and I don't swear often, but I was going to not use a swear word, but use a strong word. Get rid of devices. Be present. Let's focus. Let's embrace this tea and this beautiful food that's been prepared for us, and connect as human beings. We've forgotten to do that.
How is that a bad plan? That sounds like such a good plan to me.
It's a great plan.
Really
it is.
Yeah.
Thank you, Philip. We have two of our guests for the next hour backstage. I'm going to welcome them. And of course, Philip, Jane, and Diane, you are welcome to stay. Let's welcome Justin Merigliani. Hello.
Hey, everybody. How are you?
Yeah, nice to see you.
And let's welcome Lisa Manioki. Hi, Lisa.
Hey, Lisa. How you doing?
Good.
Good. Great.
So for the two of you joining us, you will each get 15 minutes to present, and then our panel will come back and we'll have a chat with you about the presentation. How does that sound?
Sure.
All right. Let's start with Lisa Manioki first.
It's funny. I didn't know it was a formal presentation. So guess what? I'm going to punt.
Good.
You're good at it, Lisa.
Good.
All right.
Where's that prepared? All right, my name is Lisa Manioki here in central New Jersey. And my professional focus is presence intelligence, which is really the ability to understand what happens when you walk into a room. I mean, are people running for cover, or are they saying, wow, we're happy you're here? In my many years of raising my kids alone, I found that the isolation of solopreneurship could be pretty oppressive. So in addition to a career in design and marketing and web, I immersed myself in coaching. 8 certifications later, I determined that there was no singular coaching platform that gave coaches the information right out of the gate that they needed to know about their clients. And it frustrated me. I know many a coach who struggled to begin their practices because they didn't know where to begin, or they didn't know what questions to ask, or it took them 4 or 5 sessions down the road to identify what was really operative in an individual's life. So presence intelligence is an initiative that really does give a coach the lay of the land about their client right out of the gate. And then it enables them to address problems that need to be directed right away, and to prioritize what's priorities as per the client, and then to help be their companion to that client to achieve their goals along the way. Part of presence intelligence includes a presence intelligence alignment inventory, which is an interactive tool that an individual takes. It's about 15 minutes, that assesses the individual client's perspective about him or herself from his or her own perspective. So, in other words, this is not an opinion through the eyes of a leader or a supervisor or a spouse or a child. It's how the individual feels about himself or herself. And one of my favorite mentors, Dr. David Kruger, says that Belief drives behavior, behavior drives performance. And what we believe about ourselves tends to show up, for better or worse. Now, in the last several months, Alcini, who has been with this lovely reunion event all day, and I and our colleague Mark Iorio have found that their initiative, which is called BCAT, the Brand and Culture Alignment Toolkit, and mine, Presence Intelligence, is a wonderful merge that is really operative and effective in a community or in an organization in a much shorter time frame than the process of transforming a culture or adapting an individual's personal presence. We found that this is a really great blend of materials, intellectual property, and exercises that we can fit into a half-day workshop for an organization that is comprised of teams, and that's most. So for teams of 4 or more, we'll go into an organization and we'll get a feel for what every person on that team feels about the direction that their team should be, how their team should present, what their team should do, because teams who have a shared purpose will tend to be more effective. Actually, they will be more effective. And the difficult part about teams is that before an individual comes to work, that person is a parent or a spouse or a child or a caregiver or a chauffeur or something else. And whatever goes on at home tends to come in the workplace. Oppositely, whatever goes on in the workplace tends to come home. So our goal with ProFit is to find for individuals a fit in their profession, in their professional role, with the people on their team and the organization that that team serves, so that when they go to work every day, they're having a good day and they feel meaningful and contributory. Because again, life and business are circular. They don't insulate each other from one another. What happens in one place spills out into the other. And when there's harmony in both places, there tends to be longer lasting harmony everywhere. So ProFit is an initiative to find fit. And that would be in an organization, the people with their role, and the roles within the organization. That's where the pro comes in. And fit, from my perspective, is something we all crave. And I don't mean fit in, because sometimes individuals try very hard to use tactics to fit into a world where they necessarily don't fit, where they think maybe they should fit. And I'm not a fan of shoulds. So ProFit is looking for ideals, the integrity of the individuals who comprise a group, and then that individual, that role model that they actually collectively espouse. So we use the input of a group to come up with a role model that has a shape and a form and an appearance in the same way a singular individual does. And when those collective efforts end up generating a great result, then the chances are that their department or team is productive, which contributes positively to the organization, which increases revenue, which in any organization, quite frankly, is the bottom line. One thing that I insist upon in any organization is that we, Mark, Al, and I do understand that making money is a goal of every company. Revenue keeps the roof on the overheads, it keeps the lights on, keeps salaries paid. But the humanity of the individuals who generate that revenue cannot be compromised or prostrated to revenue growth. I have seen organizations get very caught up in numbers and census and how much money is coming in and going out, and it is a legitimate goal. However, the people, again, who make up those teams who are generating that revenue, and that means in every tier of business, from the C-suite to senior management, middle management, direct reports, and the mail clerk. All of them collectively contribute to the stability of an organization. So ProFit for Teams is our latest initiative that blends the culture of an organization with the culture of an individual. I mean, we all have that. And we'll take a look at appearance, speaking, writing, career roles, finances, health, people in lives, interactions, and of course, character. So those 9 categories become part of the persona of the role model that we develop for a team, which gives everybody a singular goal to which they can aspire, be happy, feel contributory, use their best assets so that they feel good on the inside, project something good on the outside, and collectively as a team generate excellent results. So welcome to ProFit for Teams. I encourage you to take a look. And presenceintelligence.com gives you more specifics about where my role in this initiative began. And I am very impromptu friendly, so I certainly do welcome questions at any time or a visit to my website to arrange a time on a calendar.
Lisa, my friends, I can't imagine you being any more prepared than you were. Great job. Really well done.
Oh, no,
Al,
Al's muted.
Al, you're on mute. And by the way, Ricky McKenna, I just sent you the link, so
I
please check
know.
your email.
I was
Go ahead,
just going
Al.
to say that Elisa's been preparing for that her whole life.
Yeah.
I know that, and you know, I'll just add. Normally, we'd ask a question, but I do want to add a little thing. You rendered it beautifully, Lisa. It's the magic of the individual and their free will harnessed with the purpose of the organization that they're a member of, and how they can all work together, understand each other, relate to each other, and make contributions that make the difference. And I was a project manager for a long time, and I have to tell you, the magic of leading a project successfully, the wonderful thing that happens when it's being led successfully is that instead of 90% of the work being done by 10% of the people, all of a sudden, one day when everybody wants to, all of the work gets done by everybody, and everything gets finished ahead of schedule and under budget, because the trick to getting somebody to do something is to arrange for them to want to do something. And if they're not intrinsically motivated by the work that you do, then you're just not going to get those results. And that's what working with Lisa has been like. It's been fun.
Yep, definitely fun. You know, I mean, think about it. In our week, we spend many of us spend at least 40 hours in an office somewhere or on our career. So our waking hours are spent doing our job. And what a dreary life it is if the job we're doing doesn't make us happy. So find it. And I really love to find it for people sooner than later. I know a lot of people in midlife who are now making left turns because they established a lifestyle or got a company accustomed to a paycheck. And the paycheck's great, but it's not sustainable in terms of joy. It's definitely not a joy generator. It can be a freedom generator, but not one of joy. So
Thank you, Lisa. I just want to welcome Ricky. She's backstage. Let's welcome Ricky McKenna. Thank you for joining us.
Hi,
All right,
Ricky.
who has questions or comments for Lisa? Philip, Justin, Ricky, I know you just joined, but
Yeah, I was listening. And one of the things that I know that when you feed the people well and they're happy and they're healthier, they work better. It definitely impacts how they function in the workplace as well as at home, and it impacts their work.
Yep.
Yeah, I just have to echo absolutely, Lisa, what you've been sharing, and exactly, Ricky, as your comment is there. It is about doing things and finding things that get us up and excited every single day, because then you can bring your A game. It is. And how do we, get through those days that do challenge us? But, that comes from a lot of tools. And, for me, one of them is actually gratitude. I think gratitude is such a big part of it's a part of my start of my day. And I'll go through various different gratitude moments during the course of the day. And it's something that I know every single one of us, we can find what I would deem the golden key, that we can turn that lock and put the best foot forward.
good point, Phil. Thank you. Justin, what
I
was
thought you were pouring a glass of wine there, Ricky. I thought you were.
No, actually, I'm making a cup of tea, and I invite you all to join me.
Great.
Justin, did you have a comment or a thought?
Yeah, I teach a class on empowerment, and one of the things that I teach is that you have to get people to want to do what you want them to do. They have to want it. You can't make them want what you want. And that's something that I think a lot of
True.
project managers miss, and higher management in companies miss. In one of the courses I teach, one of the statistics that's mind-blowing is that 46% of new hires fail within 18 months. We got to do way better. That the cost for a mid-sized company, if you have turnover like that every 18 months, is $1.2 million. I mean, that's, revenue is two-part, right? How much you're taking in, but also how much is going out. And if you're paying $1.2 million a year every year and a half, every 2 years on average, that's a lot of money.
Well, there's another problem too called stayover. And that's when you keep an employee too long because supervisors or management says, oh my gosh, we might be subject to a lawsuit, or we don't have enough cause. But there are also statistics about stayover that say when you keep an employee in the wrong spot too long, the cost of their salary and then some is the loss. So they can cause more damage than turnover in some instances if the salaries are high or if their productivity is infectious to the organization.
Yeah, you get a disgruntled employee and they can just go and pollute the whole organization with their,
oh yeah,
yeah.
There's a good word for that. A job's worth. That's it. Job is worth. And you get those people, and those people are the people that are representing that organization. You've all said it, and not directly, but you all said it openly, is that what is our biggest asset? And if we can tap and find out what revs people's motor in a positive way, you're going to have the most incredible opportunities in organizations.
Big difference.
You know what I think would be really good is, remember when we were kids, they did principal for a day? Did you ever have that? Where the student will become principal. I think in any organization that concept to let direct reports see what it's like to lead for a day, of course, to no risk to the organization, and then vice versa, because running a company is a very big job. There are a lot of working parts, and it is stressful. And you're trying to balance the generation of revenue and the different personalities, and do I have enough staff in place? And oh my gosh, there's a pandemic. All types of circumstances outside the organization and within are stressful. You get one person who's rocking the boat, and the boat rocks. And it's a problem. So I think to have initiatives in place where people can really see what it's like to do this, it would likely close some of the gap between misunderstanding and judgment. I believe that judgment is one of the most destructive feelings in a family, in a relationship, and in a company.
One of the biggest reasons people don't listen is because they judge other people. They
decide in advance, this is what it's like, and they don't really know. So wear the shoes and then talk to me. But until then, listen.
Philip, is that something that's done on Boxing Day in England, where or I don't know if that tradition still exists, where the servant or the butler would change places with the person who's their boss? They would switch for the day on Boxing Day.
It's not that's unfortunate, Justin. That's been put in the sort of on the back burner, so to speak. It doesn't happen that often. It might do, but it is. Yeah, it's a beautiful. It's still deemed as a holiday in this country, but I don't think that act of kindness takes place.
That tradition is gone. Okay.
But where the Boxing Day is quite traditional, and it doesn't just stem in the United Kingdom. It stems to quite a few of the countries that obviously the British Empire had influenced along the way, where they will pack up food packs and box up food and go and give them to the poor people and that sort of thing as well. But I think every single world leader needs to come on one of your programs, because again, I think and maybe not all of them, but majority of people who lead anything in this world need to understand and be in the feet and put their own feet in the shoes of the people and understand what's going on, because we can't get inside each other's heads. And this is something, I've been really touched by, is that the likes of and I know there's the big day tomorrow, the Queen's funeral, but something that Prince Charles, I think he's going to make a good king, because he genuinely gets down to grassroots with people. He knows this country intimately. He's traveled the world. He does make an effort to connect with people. And I'm just praying that he follows this through. He's had great he's had a great mentor for the last 70 plus years, obviously.
Hmm.
But you know, at the same time, I think if he can continue in his mum's, she's got big feet, big shoes to fill. But I just feel that the likes of Prince Charles, he really does make an effort, and he does show a huge amount of care for people. So we're just hoping that he does take the reins and sort of goes in the right direction.
I hope so too.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Philip. We're going to move on to Justin for your presentation. Are you ready?
I am ready.
All right. We're going to put everyone else backstage. Enjoy.
Thank you. So everybody, I'm Justin Merigliani. I have a couple of shows here on USA Global TV and radio. One is Entrepreneur and So Much More, where we talk about what it is to be an entrepreneur and how it's more than just what you do in your business, how you live your life as an entrepreneur. And there's much more to it, again, than just what you do for work. It's how you live your life, how you take vacations with your family. It's how you um, grow as a person, grow your business. And then the Talking Head Show, I do a lot of my training courses there. What I do with Just For You is I train people on a lot of software like Excel, Word, PowerPoint, all the way up to the expert level in these programs. Visio, Microsoft Project. Al was talking about project management. Microsoft Project is probably the greatest program that you could use for project management. Incredible program that it is. And I've been teaching those now for 23 years. And I also now am involved in soft skills training because I see that we're missing the boat with soft skills. And the last show that we did on Entrepreneur and So Much More was about what the difference is between hard skills and soft skills. And hard skills are the computer classes, the learning how to create pivot tables in Excel, learning how to work with Outlook. If you're, a lot of people know Outlook is email, but it's much more than that. It's email, it's calendar, it's tasks, and there's a lot more to it than just saying, hey, it's just your mail. Visio, that's another program that I teach where we do schematics and create floor plans and organization charts and flow charts. And so those classes are the hard skills, and they're extremely important. There's no doubt about it. In fact, that's where I make most of my money, is on the hard skills. Now, the soft skills are things like empowerment, leadership skills, time management, project management, coaching, and those are some of the other titles that I teach as well. And at least here in the US, one of the biggest impediments to selling these courses is that companies, until about recently, haven't really seen the value in those courses, at least from my perspective. I've been very fortunate to be able to sell the computer classes pretty easily. Companies see the value in learning Excel. They see that their employees will know how to create spreadsheets better and become more proficient, and that's very tangible. You can actually see it and feel it and hold it. Whereas the soft skills are a little different. The soft skills, it's more abstract. It's more ways of thinking, ways of changing yourself. It's not as concrete as the hard skills. And the problem is that 75% of an employee's success comes from the soft skills. And those are the classes in the US that are just not being taught enough. And I think that's changing, albeit slowly. And I think it's something that's becoming more and more important. I look at kids today, and I hate to be that guy. I don't want to be the guy that says, "Oh, the new generation is, get off my lawn" type of thing. But it's true that the new generation has lost a lot of the interpersonal skills simply because everything has become computerized. We're texting each other constantly, especially people under 30. Texting is primarily the way they communicate. or email, the art of a phone call, the art of walking to somebody's office, the art of having a meeting is going away. I mean, it's not there anymore. It's a lost, those are lost arts. So I think that companies really need to look at that and understand that most of the success of their employees doesn't come from the computer skills. I mean, they're important. I obviously been doing it 23 years. I believe in it. I think I don't think I'm a snake oil salesman when I sell Excel courses or Access or Visio or any of them. But I wish and I hope, and again, it looks like it's changing. I hope that companies continue to see the value of the soft skills. And one of the things that people don't understand about leadership is that it's not about you being powerful. It's not about you being on a pedestal. It's not about you being praised. It's not about people looking up to you. It's about service. When it comes down to it, that's what it's about. It's not about how tough I am as a you get managers that believe that they have to beat up their employees in order to be respected. That kindness is seen as a weakness. I had a manager one time at a job right out of college who would sit on our desks and watch us work, and it try to be intimidating. And does it work? Yeah, it works for a short time. So the first couple of months, maybe not even that long, maybe a month, people will be intimidated and start to work harder. But that wears off after a while. Fear is a terrible long-term motivator. It motivates in the short term, but it's a terrible long-term motivator. And there's a simple reason for that. When you're in the business world, no matter what company you are, no matter how big or how small, you're not the only game in town. These employees can find jobs in other places. Do you really want turnover because people feel intimidated or can't stand the culture of your company? And in my opinion, that's a killer. I mean, it really does hurt you, and it hurts you pretty badly. If you want to grow, you need happy employees, people who want to come to work, who want to work together, who want to be a part of something bigger. And if you don't have that, there's not going to be any success. So it's about service. I have so much respect for managers who actually do the work when things are running behind schedule. Again, another example I could give you. I had a manager one time. I was working in mutual funds, and there was a computer issue, and we had to pay off probably 400 accounts, and it took time, and it took a lot of people to do it. And we were under the gun, having to get this done within the next 4 or 5 hours, whatever it was. And the managers are cracking the whip on us and telling us, you got to go faster, you got to go faster, you got to go faster. And one of them, especially, I can remember, was sitting in a chair, eating an apple and drinking a cup of coffee. If you're that worried about the business and you want to show that you're a leader, get your hands dirty, get in there and you do the work too. I'm not saying take it off everybody else's plate, but you got to get in there and get involved. The managers that I can tell you from experience, there are a lot of managers out there who have no idea what their employees do. You ask them what do they do every day, what is their job, and they tell you, I don't know. Or they say, my employees need to be able to create pivot tables, so they send them to my classes to learn pivot tables, but they themselves don't know how to do pivot tables. Well, learn what it is, so that if somebody comes to you with an issue, you're there with an answer, not saying, well, just you should have learned it, and you got to go figure it out yourself. So it's all about service. It's all about being the person who serves those under you. Titles are great. Being able to move up in a company is wonderful, but it's not just about you. It's about everybody. Now, the other shows that we do, or a show that I do, is we do one on Crohn's and colitis. the title's escaping me now, but Dr. Jacalyn and I do it. Take Steps for Crohn's and colitis. And I also run a charity for those with ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease, inflammatory bowel disease, and those with an ostomy. In 2002, I was diagnosed with ulcerative colitis, and in 2015, it finally caused me to have my entire large intestine removed, and now I'm an ostomate, which means I have an ileostomy. It's my small intestine that is now outside of my body, and I have a bag that collects the stool. And it's a community that people don't know much about. I was 40 years old when it happened to me, and talk about not many people being in that position. Most people who have an ostomy are much, much, much older, probably in their late 70s, 80s, 90s, and I was 40. So a lot of people were shocked to learn that I was somebody who had an ostomy bag. And I'm working to change that. I think it's important that people see this community. It's amazing. I remember telling doctors that the worst thing that could happen to me would be for me to die. The second worst thing would be for me to have an ostomy bag. And I was wrong. Having the ostomy has liberated me in many ways. I'm not chained to a bathroom anymore like I was when I had colitis. I'm not anemic anymore. I'm able to go on long trips. I'm able to do all the things I did before. I lift weights. I play hockey. I do all these things. So I started Checkmate's Charitable Association to raise money and awareness for people in these with inflammatory bowel disease and also with an ostomy. And our signature event, which unfortunately COVID has stopped us the last couple of years, is a celebrity NHL hockey game where we get some NHL stars and guys like me who wish we were NHL stars, and we get together and play a game and have a dinner afterwards with the fans, and it's really, really fun. And hopefully we can get Checkmates off the ground again after COVID. So that's what we're doing here at Just For You and Checkmates Charitable Association. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin.
Wow.
Hey, by the way, I just want to announce, Lisa, Al, and Justin, you all live near each other.
We do. And
We do,
since
yeah.
Since you brought that up, Justin and I, for the past 18 years, have been trying to figure out when to get together for breakfast and lunch. So I think we gotta get that. Let's get that nailed down, Justin.
Let's do it, Al. Absolutely.
Good.
If you live near me, I'd make lunch for all of us.
All right, good.
Yeah, I'm in Cherry Hill, New Jersey.
Oh,
well,
Al, lunch, okay?
5 minutes away. Yeah,
it's a
sure.
long commute.
Oh yeah, we're going to do this. So it'll
Yeah,
be the
sounds
three of
great
us.
to me.
We'll have to get together. I think we have a lot to share. And I do want to say one thing, Justin, about you. You did make a distinction that a lot of people make between hard skills and soft skills, and you hear that a lot. But you did highlight the importance of soft skills and what we call soft skills. But every one of the products you mentioned that is a hard skill is really a communications product. Excel is a way people communicate. Microsoft Project in particular is a way people communicate.
Absolutely.
And yes, you need the hard skill of being able to speak English in order to communicate. It's a hard skill to learn a language, but the soft skill is use it appropriately, deftly, carefully, and in a way that influences people in a positive direction. It leads people in a positive direction. That's not soft skills. That's excellence training. And, it's one thing to be mechanically good at something. It's another thing to be really, really deeply good at something. I think you should give yourself a lot of credit for offering that kind of training.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I think we need a revolution. How about this, Justin? How about if we can the words soft skills and make them essential skills? Whoever came up with soft skills, I'd like to have a little chat with, because they're actually harder than the hard skills,
and more important,
and they're essentials. You can learn a software program. You can take a class. You can do an online tutorial. They come with great manuals of how to. But when it comes to people,
right?
Yeah.
Having had someone come over to do work with me on my computer who had no interest in communicating, but just showing me what to do, Where's the communication? How am I supposed to learn that? And it
Right.
crosses over into life everywhere.
Definitely.
Well, do you remember there's a gentleman who was selling CDs to teach computer classes. He was called the Video Professor. Do
Oh,
you remember
sure. I
seeing
remember
these
that.
infomercials?
Hmm.
And it didn't work because people want to be taught to by a person. They don't want to sit there and learn computer skills on a computer because that's what they're trying to learn how to use.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
doesn't work.
No, you're right. You're right. I mean, a good
courses.
instructor is somebody who connects. And, Lisa, we've talked about this a lot. There's really no difference between coaching and training. And I mean, these things that we call by different names are really the same thing,
Right.
just in sort of different forms.
It's communicating.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I just want to mention that I met Justin through the Crohn's Colitis Foundation, as I'm a patient myself. And he has been so supportive of me and so supportive of the charity. Justin, I just want to thank you again for everything that you do.
Thank you.
Yeah, and a lot of courage for saying so, because I think it's one of those disease. I have a couple friends who have it, one who has an ostomy as well, and not too many people understand the process of it, and that it can seem like a horrible thing, but you said it's kind of liberating. You're not.
Yeah.
I knew the one girl I know who actually had a bathroom installed in a conversion van because she could never predict when she'd have a problem. She could run out to her car, but I mean, that was oppressive. So by you being comfortable speaking about it, I think will give other people courage to speak about it as well, or at least feel less isolated than they already might.
Not alone in that.
That's all.
Yeah.
And you, Jacalyn, I know you're very active.
Yeah. There's
What's a
also
shame?
in Houston, I was contacted by someone who's in an ostomy group. There's a group, it's a support group. And I worked with her for quite a while. And you're right, she was in her 70s. She's in her 80s at this time. But there's a group that's quite supportive. And I learned a heck of a lot, especially as far as feeding and working with people with ostomies. But if you can find a group, the support group seemed great.
Yeah, I actually run a support group for ulcerative colitis and Crohn's.
That's all for you, yes.
Ricky, thank you. You're our last presenter, so I want to give you your due, and I'll put the rest of us backstage, and then we'll come back and have a chat, and we'll wrap up the show.
Great.
Thank you. Well, hello, everybody. Good morning, evening, afternoon, wherever you are. I am Ricky McKenna. I'm a certified nutritionist for the last 20, almost 3 years. And my favorite place, of course, is in the kitchen. I've even written a chapter in a book about my happiness room, which is here. And as a nutritionist, sometimes people kind of go, uh-oh, I'm not going to eat that. It's very interesting when I don't always introduce myself as a nutritionist. I am also a chef, self-trained, I have to admit, but I grew up in a family that loved to eat and loved to cook. And my late husband also loved to cook. It wasn't the food that got him, but I've come to know that food really does make a difference in one's life. And my mission as a nutritionist and as a person communicating about food, pardon me, excuse me, and about living today, and that's a cup of tea, not a cup of wine, is to make sure people understand, or at least begin to have an inkling of what food really is and what it can do for you. And with certain conditions, with certain health conditions, it can help prevent them, which is, I'm a big fan of preventive eating or preventive medicine as it is. And I'm also a big fan of eating fresh food and in season when possible. So that kind of sums up a little bit about me as far as my philosophy. And it is that food matters. And you can reach me in my kitchen. It's rickyskitchen.net. Please feel free to text me at 970-618-7607 and put something in there about either USA Global TV or Kitch, Kitch, that would help me identify the texts. Because as you know, with our communication devices, we get a lot of spam, and I can tell the difference then if someone puts Kitch in front of whatever they're saying. And the same thing with contacting me on email, ricky@rickyskitchen.net. So we'll get that done. I'll come back to it later. Food is a way to communicate, and it's very interesting listening to the rest of you, to Al and to everyone that I've heard speak so far. What I find interesting is the interpersonal skills as well as the communications ideas. How many people have gone to a restaurant and you see people sitting there with their families with little kids on devices? They are not communicating. They might, and now they put the menus on the devices, which drives me crazy. So food is a way for me to set the table for communication and have people understand that, yeah, it's okay to not speak with food in your mouth. Maybe your mother probably told you not to do that. But my whole philosophy is that food brings us together. No matter who you are, wherever you are in the world, sometime during a day or evening, you have to eat. So food is something that's universal. And what my philosophy still says is that we have to eat something that makes us feel good. I'm a fan of what I call intuitive cooking, which means if you're really hungry and you want something, something in your system is going to say, I want an apple, or I want a cheese sandwich, or whatever it is. And in my kitchen and on USA Global TV as well, I talk to intuitive cooking. I speak to food preparation because sometimes I feel people are intimidated by the idea of having company. Oh my gosh, what am I going to fix? You know, how am I going to feed all these people, even if it's just one person? Just fix something that you feel as though you love. Ask the person or the people who are coming if they like certain things. And then do your best to add one thing to it. All the love you can put into your cooking and your preparation. Even if you're making, as I said, a cheese sandwich, you're slapping 2 pieces of bread together with some cheese in the middle and maybe a few other things with it. But the idea of enjoyment in the kitchen, having fun in your kitchen, and really working with nutrition as something that will make people feel good is my whole raison d'etre, reason for being. And one of the things that I've learned with this show is that people enjoy finding tips and getting tips for cooking, for buying. In my book, which I am happy to show you, it is called Yes, You Can Eat Well and Eat Right. And it is found on Amazon, as well as if you want the spiral version, please do contact me either by email or text, and I will get one to you. Thank you. And food is absolutely more than what we eat. There's food for thought. And here is my logo. It's hard to see in this little version, but it does say on the bottom there, it says Ricky's Kitchen, food for thought. Because I want people to understand that they really should think about what they're putting in their mouth before you're going to work, before you're going to an event, whatever it is, or just starting your day. What are you going to give yourself to start your day with some energy and keep it long term? This is where food absolutely makes a difference. And it's not only medicine, but it can either make you happy or make you sad. And one of the things about happiness are things, of course, like chocolate. People love chocolate. Chocolate stimulates things in your brain called dopamine and serotonin. And those are what we call happy chemicals. So I get into things like that, as well as just preparing a meal. You know, how do you whisk up some eggs and make a flan? But what I love to do is have people understand that it's not a chore. It's something that gives you the energy to go about the rest of your day and or evening. And in having people come into your home, where does everybody gather? The kitchen, especially if you invite them for a meal. And even if you don't, they'll come in to have a cup of coffee or whatever. So as a nutritionist and as a chef, I've created some interesting things to have fun in your kitchen. It says, take whisks. And this is my apron. It's a nice large apron, and it's available from my website. That's rickyskitchen.net. And also, I want you to know that you eat not only if something smells good, and I know that aromas and good smells attract people into the kitchen, especially at a party. But I want you to understand that people eat first with their eyes. So making something pretty, making something that's pleasing to the eye, arranging things in a way that makes them all really attractive so that people want to eat them. And that's all part of the food for thought idea, because you have to think about what you're doing. And it sometimes gets to the point where you just go on rote. How many of us get up in the morning and put the coffee and the water in the pot and let it brew? No matter whether you use a French press or you use an automatic brewer, whatever, or grab for the juice out of the refrigerator. And I do make health recommendations as well when I'm cooking with things. For example, the difference between the nutritional values of, let's say, their leafy greens are wonderful and they're superfoods. Just to give you an example, the difference in the nutrition between kale, collard greens, spinach, Brussels sprouts, greens that people eat or won't eat because nobody's made them so that they really taste good. That's another thing. It can look good, but if it doesn't taste great, you may lose them that way. So consider all these little elements that go into preparing a meal or just preparing one food. And also, for those of you with children who are not cooking yet, get them involved in the kitchen. I have to say, I'm very proud of my children for involving their kids. And I don't know if you can see this picture, but to me, it's a giggle. I have to show it. It's my grandchildren at various stages in their childhood. And I think you can see that they're all eating. And they're all now just about in their teens. So I figured if I put in pictures that people could actually recognize, they wouldn't love that. But every one of them gets involved in the kitchen. I called my grandson, Gabriel, this morning. He's 12, and his birthday was yesterday. And this morning, he and his dad are making homemade waffles. And Luna, the oldest one who lives in Paris with her brother Max, they cook, they bake. They have a wonderful time in the kitchen. And I don't know that it's my influence in particular, but they just love to eat good food. And so my whole idea of being is to help people. And I do this through coaching and through classes online as well as in person, and have people understand the importance of really eating well. And as I said earlier when we were chatting backstage, if you have happy employees who are well fed, and I mean well fed, that gives the food that gives them energy, that keeps them awake, and that they can actually even bring with them, you're going to have a very happy employee, and happy employees perform much better. And you can also take your employees and bring it right up. I used to work with everyone from the CEOs down to the janitors in doing communication exercises. Those were actually verbal and visual. And food can be the same. It is absolutely visual, not particularly verbal, but people will speak to you about how they feel about the food. So this is why I do what I do, why I am a chef. And as a nutritionist, I really help people to counsel, to see that they understand that buying food, storing food properly, preparing food, and whether it's prepared ahead of time for a meal or for an event, or whether it's an immediate thing, I want my scrambled eggs right now, put love into it. When I was manufacturing soups in Colorado for 3 years, I manufactured about 12 different soups in my commercial kitchen, which the first ingredient of every one of those soups on the labels, and I had to label them with everything that was in them, the first ingredient was love. Because without love, it's just preparing a bunch of food. And when you put your heart and soul into it, people know. They know the difference. They can taste the difference. They can see the difference, and they will feel the difference. And that's what helps to make people healthier. When they can feel good about the food that they eat, and they can understand that what they're eating makes a difference. I have worked with several people including my fiance, who used to eat out of boxes and cartons, he can now tell you, he will verify what I'm saying after several years together, that the difference in the food has made a big difference, first of all, in his weight. He has dropped weight and he's getting healthier, and he has the energy to exercise. He loves pickleball, same as I do. And we do other things together. But the fun part now is that he's always interested in, what are you putting in the food this time? And so if you can bring people in to that point where they really want to know what's going in their food, they want to know what's in it, not just reading labels, which I recommend highly, because sometimes you can see something that's looks good on the outside, but when you read the label, for example, just a fruit-laden yogurt, the difference between a plain yogurt could be something like 43 grams of sugar versus 10 grams of sugar. And I would take the 10 and add my own fresh fruit. So, I mean, it's things like that. So I do recommend label reading. I know I'm kind of all over the place here, but it's all involved with cooking and how you feel about cooking. And yes, you can eat well and you can eat right. And everybody is biochemically individual, so that certain foods, and I address this in the book. The book is more than just a cookbook. It addresses allergies, it addresses food sensitivities. For example, something like strawberries. A red strawberry could produce an allergy with someone, and if they were eating white strawberries, which there are, they may possibly be able to eat the strawberries that way rather than the red strawberries, where the pigment that's in the nutritional stuff in the strawberry, I'm not going technical, is different, so that they can consume that rather than the other. So allergies and sensitivities and food things like gluten-free are very important. We do gluten-free recipes here. I also do dairy-free recipes, because I have found with certain clients, when we've talked about how they're feeling, and we work with different ideas of food, what are you digesting, what are you not digesting? And I know that Justin and both Dr. Jacalyn and he have issues with easier to digest foods and foods that work for you rather than against your feelings and your constitution. So that's really the story of how Ricky's Kitchen came about, and how United Kitchens on USA Global TV came about. And I'm happy to address any of that with people as far as coaching and counseling. And actually today I'm offering a free 30-minute consultation to those who text me at 970-618-7607. And of course, put Kitch in your text so I know where it's coming from, and I will answer it. And with that, I think I've filled up my 15 minutes. And I hope that everybody understands that really food does make a difference. And hearty appetite to all of you.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you,
Really
Ricky.
good.
Now?
Yeah, I just want to say hello, Ricky. My name is Alan. I'm a Big Macaholic. Now, about 6 months ago, I had a health crisis. About 5 months ago, I had a health crisis. It's the reason why Justin and I haven't had breakfast or lunch yet.
Uh-oh.
We're going to fix that. And I kind of threw my schedule off. But one of the things it did was awaken me to the fact that it's not just about going up to a drive-through window, throwing some money at somebody, grabbing a sandwich, and the preparation of a meal is central to living a full, healthy, productive life. Period.
Amen. Thank you, Al.
And if all it is something you feel like you have to do, then it's never going to have the reverence it deserves, and people are never going to live the way they need to live. Talk about how you become. How do you get religion on this stuff, Ricky? Because I'm still working on it.
That's a good question, Al. Actually, I think if you invite somebody into the kitchen, you pick out some foods that you really like and just stand there and eat them. Start that way. Pick some things that you really love and have a party with them. You know, invite your friends. And then one thing you can do is invite people to bring something to your home, you know, potluck dinners or something like that.
Uh-huh.
And I have found that people will bring things they love to share. And when they do that, you're going to get the best of what they can do, because they're not just going to grab a bunch of nuts and bring them over.
Hmm.
There's probably a bunch of nuts that are going to eat them, but that's we enjoy that. We have a group we call the Lunacy Group, Lunasee.
Mm-hmm.
I know that sounds funny. We have my fiance has 3 telescopes that we use, and we watch the moon and different planets and so forth. And we have a group that comes over and entertain, and everybody brings something to eat. So we have a Lunacy crazy group. We have lots of fun in the kitchen. And if somebody wants to share a recipe, that's a great way to do it. And what's left over and your grab and go stuff, for example, forget your drive-in, just grab something at home, put it in a baggie and take it with you. That's why they make insulated bags. And I'd rather see somebody bring their lunch to the office or wherever with something that's good for them and that they really like, even if it's peanut butter and jelly, which can't be bad on certain things. I like peanut butter on a spoon, but that's just my preference. But I think this is a way, just invite people over and see what people bring. And then create that atmosphere in your home where people feel comfortable doing that. And then you'll feel more comfortable in the kitchen because you know that, what's going to be there. You'll share. And some people, as I say, some people do ask for recipes. So that keeps your communication going because they can email you a recipe. That type of thing, I think, really helps.
That's great.
And the other part is when you eat something that makes you feel good, and then you try something and you feel, no energy, it knocks you out. For example, really sugary things, about half an hour after you eat something that's sugary and loaded with it, you're going to lose your energy. And that's where sometimes I've recommended, this is a crazy piece, but it's not really crazy nutritionally. Make oatmeal and crack an egg into it while you're cooking it, because the oatmeal has carbs, loads of them. Okay, It's got carbs and fiber, and it's really good for you. Take that egg and mix it in. You won't even taste it. And then you're getting the fat, the protein, and the energy that you need from that, because it mixes with the carbs and gives you a longer, more even energy. Because the carbs alone spike your glucose and then your insulin goes up to follow it. And this is where diabetics have a lot of problems because they've eaten so much sugar, but their insulin goes out of whack. This will help control the insulin rise as well as the glucose rise so that you have more even energy. So that egg or something else with protein, I don't recommend putting chicken in with your oatmeal, but the egg works beautifully.
And that's before you cook the oatmeal or after? After you cook the oatmeal?
Or you can fry an egg and eat it with it.
Okay, all right.
Take your choice. But that's one of my favorite things, and it's helped people understand the combination of foods that give you more energy.
It's a great idea, Ricky. Thank you.
Very good, Ricky. Thank you. Lisa and Justin, any comments or questions you have?
I have a question. Ricky, what do you think about diets like keto, or ones that leave you in this very narrow window of options? I mean, I know people who have lost a lot of weight on keto and then they go off it and they put a chunk of it back on because it's not sustainable. So what's your position on those very restrictive diets?
Moderation, for one thing. And what I found with people, if I say, don't eat that, don't eat that, don't eat that, and it's a whole bunch of, that's where, oh, you're a nutritionist, I don't want to talk to you. That's not fair to people. For one thing, you're not communicating the fact that your body needs certain things. So here's the certain things your body really needs, and you can get them this way. A diet, to me, is anything you put in your mouth. And a restrictive diet is usually for people who are majorly obese and have some medical problems. And I work with a medical professional on that. But the diets like the keto for a few days, see how your body reacts to it. And it not only will affect your body, it will affect your brain as well. Because whatever you eat feeds your brain.
Yeah.
And so I'm not really a fan of any kind of restrictive diets for any long term. As I say, moderation. You can have keto, but you got to have a cheat meal, cheat day, or something like that, if you want to call it that. But there's a way to step it down. not just go woof and lose a ton of weight. And then all of a sudden you see, well, I gained half of it back again.
Mhm.
That doesn't work. It's paying attention. It's mindful eating. It's consciousness. And that's where the food for thought comes in as well. I like people to think about what they're putting from hand to mouth. Does that answer your question, Lisa?
It does. I mean, I know people who've done these crazy diets and they do lose weight, but a good number of them have put a good bit of it back on.
Absolutely.
And that yo-yo thing is not good for your body or your mind.
It's very bad for your heart, for one thing. But this is what's called, as I say, mindful eating. And the consciousness with which you choose your food is extremely important. And yeah, you can go have a Snickers bar once in a while if that works for you, but not all the time. You know, make sure that to me, eating a balanced diet, which is, you know, a little of this, a little of this, a little of this, that's carbs, fats, you know, proteins, and we need fats, because without the fats, good fats like avocados and nuts, if you can eat nuts, those are the things that help the vitamins D, E, A, and K go through your system. So I am not a fan of diets, particularly. I'm a fan of lifestyle. If you realize that this diet may lead you to a different kind of lifestyle and you enjoy that, fine. But it's more lifestyle than diet.
Yeah.
Justin, any comments on that one?
Well, for me, the difficulty is trying to maintain muscle mass. And I'm a pretty big muscular person. I have 20-inch biceps. So I don't want to lose the muscle mass. But I also have a stomach. And it's amazing. There's on my body, there's really no fat anywhere but the belly. And that's been the struggle for me, is if I start to diet, the muscle mass goes down with the fat. And that's been the struggle.
Excellent point. And the whole idea of the lifestyle shifts, whether you're doing it with a diet to begin, a certain kind of diet to begin with, is the idea of something that gives you the helps you lose the fat in your system, which is what you want to lose, but absolutely retain the muscle mass. And especially with people over 50 or over 60, 70, 80, what we see is sarcopenia, which is age-related muscle degeneration.
Right.
And that's not what you want. If you have to walk around with soup cans because you have no weights to do some exercises or something that keeps your muscles going, and there are certain foods that feed muscles and certain foods that help eliminate fats, drink more water if you can. Water helps to cleanse.
Is it possible to maintain muscle mass or even grow muscle mass in a caloric deficit?
I would have to look up the technicalities of that, but I'm going to take a little bit of a sidestep and say yes.
Okay.
It depends on calories aren't equal. All calories are not equal. Right. I mean, the calories from a marshmallow are not equal to the calories from a piece of fruit, and they're both sugary. So yes, I believe it is possible. And I'm happy to work with you. You've got my phone number, Justin. Give me a buzz. New Jersey does call Houston, you know.
Yep.
There you go.
There we go.
Thank you. I'll just share a comment. My relationship with food has completely changed as a result of being sick for so long. And I literally just got sick of being sick. I would eat my meals in the bathroom, believe it or not. I'd be like, yeah, this is okay. And I realized it wasn't okay. There are those commercials that, you know, is your disease managing you or you managing your disease?
Right.
The disease was definitely managing me. So I would say as a result of the pandemic, I don't do anything like what I used to do in terms of entertainment. I used to go out to dinner all the time. I used to go to balls and do this and do that. And now to me, food is not entertainment. It is the fuel I need for this machine. So I look at it very differently than I ever did before. And just about to celebrate 4 years without caffeine. I think it's 4 months without sugar. And I've been on intermittent fasting for probably 6 months now. I've been at 7 o'clock yesterday, and I'm fine. And I have more energy than I've ever had. But the main point is I'm not sick. And that's what I care about, because you cannot live being
That's
sick.
exactly right. And you know what's interesting? The intermittent fasting idea I think is great, because you're really not sacrificing anything. If you stop eating dinner at, let's say, 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, and you get up at 8 o'clock in the morning or 7 o'clock in the morning, you've got 12 hours where your body's had a rest and it's had a chance to cleanse and digest what's there, or digest and then cleanse. And the first thing I recommend really is a glass of warm or room temperature water, or even cool, with some lemon juice. Cleanse it. And what Dr. Jacalyn's talking about is absolutely the possibility of losing the fat and keeping the muscle. You're still going to work out. And if you're working out, you're feeding that.
Sure.
And if you're cleansing at the same time, and lemon water is great. You've heard of apple cider vinegar with water, or even with a little bit of diluted juice. That's great. Those are the things that help your body to shed the fat, but you're not messing around with your muscles at that point. And just keep lifting or doing whatever you're doing to maintain the muscles. I do push-ups. I'm up to 40 push-ups. They're on my knees, okay. And somebody called them cheat push-ups, and I just said, hey, look, it's this part that I'm working on. Yeah. But it does work your stomach, and it works your quads. And so anything like that. And then I do, what do you call it? I do sit-ups now too for my belly, but I'm doing squats. I do at least 20 squats a day purposely, and sometimes carrying weights. So I'm working both ways. And if you're doing that, you're going to retain your muscle. Just don't give up on it.
Yeah, I think a great exercise, especially if you're at home and you can purchase this, is kettlebell. And if you take a kettlebell and you do, I do a sets of 100 swings, it works your whole body. I mean, I do that in addition to other things, but So
and plank works your whole body. And just in case you're interested in some more of this, here's my book. Whoops. I do know how to cook. It's reading a book that's tough.
Sure.
As I said, if you want the spiral version, which is really the best, the paperback and the ebook are on online on Amazon, but the spiral version I will send to you. So just let you know about that. And to really thank you all. Thank you, Dr. Jacalyn, for this opportunity. Thank you, Al, Justin, and Lisa, and everybody else on USA Global TV. And Red, by the way, Red Olafin is my publisher. He's been extremely helpful. And he's also a good cook, which is really very interesting.
He's a good person.
He loves to cook. He's a well-rounded person. So food really, and it wasn't just food that brought us together, but he loves to cook. So you find out who really enjoys themselves in the kitchen, and it's a good place to gather. I invite you anytime.
If you think about it, where else do you find this wide array of people and ideas and growth anywhere? I mean, maybe public television, but I don't even think they have as much as what we have here.
No, I think Dr. Jacalyn has amassed an amazing array of cogent and fun people.
I agree.
In every field that you can almost imagine.
It's amazing.
Justin, on public television, that would be the Muppets.
I agree.
We just got notification that LinkedIn isn't streaming us anymore. I guess we're on for too long. I'm not sure. But so it's time to close out our show. I really want to thank Al Cini, who's been here now 4 hours. Thank you very much, Al. And thank you for the dress changes. You don't know, but we've been changing each hour into a different outfit.
Bow tie and dresses. Yes, it's been great. It really has been a terrific.
That's cool.
Thank you, Dr. Jack.
Thank you. And I'm looking forward to hearing about when Lisa, Justin, and Al connect. I think that's great.
Yes.
I'm going to be seeing Al myself in person in just over a week, so I'm excited about that. So
when you connect, I want to know what you're going to eat.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We'll take pictures.
Don't go to the drive-through, Al. Come on.
No.
All right. So as we close out, I'm going to spotlight each of you and I'll put up your banner. Just let people know who are listening on the radio how they can reach out to you. We'll start with Ricky over here.
Thank you so much. And please come back on Fridays at noon Central Time, 12 noon. Come back for Ricky's Kitchen and USA Global TV, the United Kitchens. Cheers.
Thanks, Ricky. All right, over to you, Lisa.
All right, you can reach me at lisa@presenceintelligence.com for presence intelligence work. And for this new initiative for teams, the website is www.4fitforteams.com. I am also welcoming of a phone call, and my number is 609-802-4422. Thanks, Dr. Jacalyn, as usual.
Lisa, thank you. Where can we find you on RVN Television?
And yes, Al and I actually host a program called The Advocates, where we champion good people doing good. And that's every Wednesday at 10 a.m. And then my other buddy, Mark Iorio, and I co-host a program called Morning Coffee from 8 to 9 on Wednesday mornings as well. That's on RVN Television.
Stand. That's where I started, RVN Television. That's where I met Lisa and Al. So thank you so much. Okay, Justin.
Well, I do Entrepreneur and So Much More, and also my Talking Head show every first Monday of the month. So join us for that. If you're looking for computer training or essential skills training, not soft skills, essential skills training, that would be at Just For You, all spelled out, www.justforyoutc.com. I can be reached at justin@justforyoutc.com. My number is 610-324-5545. And if you're interested in getting involved in the charity, if you want to play in the celebrity NHL hockey games, or if you just want to be a part of it, it's www.checkmatescharity.com. And you can reach me there at justin@checkmatescharity.com.
Thank you, Justin. Appreciate it. All right, we'll say goodbye to you, and then Al and I will close out the show.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you. Bye. Well, another successful show with you, Mr. Cini. Thank you.
That was it was great. And Justin's point that where else do you find people like this? When Lisa, Mark, and I do the Advocates, our tagline is championing good people doing good. You have assembled a fine collection of good people who do good every day. And I think, again, you're to be commended for that, Dr. Jacalyn.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. And, you've been with me since the beginning. I also want to thank Ashley Owens, because I met her at RVN Television and I was on her show, Success. I forget the name of it, but she's amazing. Heather Dean. Connect for Success. Heather Dean over in Jerusalem, she reached out to me and connected, and also Ian Palm-Turner and Helen Ashard. They brought so many people to this platform. And my whole goal is that people actually reach out, like you get together with Justin and Lisa and see where it can go. I love that. That means so much to me when I hear someone say, yeah, I met with so-and-so. We're working on this together. I just brings joy.
You just proved Philip Sykes's point. It's about gratitude. When you're grateful for what the world brings to you, the world brings you more.
Yes. Well said. All right. I'm going to spotlight you, and please let people know how can they reach out to you? Where do they find you?
Sure. Thank you. My name is Al. My name is Al Cini. I was going to give you my email address. My name is Al Cini, and for team building, for the work we do at RVN, for the Advocates, the easiest way to reach me by email is al.cini@getbcat, that's getbcat.com. I'm also reachable by phone at 212-480-3730. I'll look forward to hearing from you. If you have any questions at all, feel free to reach out.
All right. Thank you, Al. And for anyone who wants to reach out to me, I can never find my own banner, but I'll look for it quickly. I've got 2 websites. You can go over to usaglobaltv.com. You can also go to drjacalyn.com. And if you're interested in joining our team, please do email me at drjacalyn@usaglobaltv.com. We have opportunities for the right people where it's the right fit for co-hosting, hosting your own show, being an expert presenter on Talking Heads, being an elevated listener, being a panelist on one of our new shows that's coming up. So please do reach out. We'll be glad that you did.
Perfect.
All right. Thank you so much, Al. We're going to say goodbye for now, and I will see everyone back on Tuesday when we start our broadcasting. Al, how can people find you on RVN Television? You have a number of shows there as well.
rvntelevision.com. All one word, rvntelevision.com. Thank you.
And when are your shows?
Well, they're on Wednesday mornings at 10. That's the Advocates. And on Fridays, morning coffee at 7 a.m., the God Awful Hour of 7. And CEO Chat is at 10:30.
Okay, and that's Eastern Standard Time,
All Eastern
rvntelevision.com.
time, all U.S. Eastern time. Yep.
All right. Thanks, Al. Bye, everyone.
Thanks,
See
Doc.
you.